Chapter 1852. A smile appeared on the stranger's face. So, those mysteries behind Brother Chu. I'm afraid most of them won't be of any use. Update P. Zihuang waved his fan confidently. Because when Brother Chu first came here, there's a saying, those who don't know are not guilty. If we didn't inform Brother Chu, and Brother Chu brazenly mobilized experts to create casualties, maybe we would really die unjustly? Even if Brother Chu goes to the netherworld with us, it's still useless to us. Realization dawned on Chu Yang. The other reason you're telling me these things is to add a shackle to my hands. Actually, it's the same for you. Zihuang waved his fan, his face like a spring breeze. This shackle is not only for Brother Chu. Everyone has it. Chu Yang laughed. Don't worry, the three of you. I didn't intend to participate in this matter in the first place. Besides, where did I get experts from? Times have changed. When the time comes, I'm afraid it won't be up to you, Brother Chu. Yun Tian's beautiful eyebrows twitched slightly. He said lightly, Brother Chu, it's always the times that create heroes, not heroes creating heroes. Chu Yang nodded seriously and said solemnly, well said. Now, the soul-suppressing stone incident is definitely not a small matter. Yun Tian said the soul-suppressing stone incident appeared too cleverly this time. It appeared directly at a critical juncture. This is the times. Heaven's will. First, the sects hold a competition every 500 years. There are countless heroes who miss this competition because they are too old or not strong enough. When it comes to the next competition, they won't have a chance. Therefore, by chance, every 500 years, there will be superheroes who will seize the opportunity to appear. For example, tens of thousands of years ago, Chen Feng and Lu Yin participated because they represented the world. Their names shook the world, and they became powerful. Another example is the infinite, invincible blade tens of thousands of years ago. It also happened to be at the right time and became famous in one battle. Are their cultivations really that unparalleled in the world? No, but those who lost to them back then all became the pillars of the major sects in the future. Some of them were even candidates for the position of sect leader. However, it's because of this. In the end, it created their peerless talents and immortal legends. Yun Tian raised his head indifferently and looked at Chu Yang. I know that even if I told others, Brother Chu wouldn't know. Therefore, I picked a few people that Brother Chu must be familiar with. After all, they all came from the same place, right? Chu Yang smiled bitterly and nodded. The pupils of Stranger and Violet Emperor contracted at the same time. The two of them and Yun Tian were each other's true enemies. However, Yun Tian's words showed his consideration. They didn't think of it. Unknowingly, he had already lost. Yun Tian's gaze unintentionally swept past Mo Lu and Zihuang's faces. There was a deliberate complacency in his eyes. Their expressions changed. However, Yun Tian ignored him and continued speaking. Secondly, there will be another battle of destiny in the Heaven Imperial Court in 10 years or so. And our generation happened to be at the right time. Yun Tian raised his delicate chin. There's you, there's me, and there's Lord and I. They were all in the same age group. And it was precisely at this time that many unprecedented super geniuses appeared in the various large sects. Geniuses were appearing in large numbers. This was the general trend. Who can say that there is no heaven's will in the underworld? Why did it happen at this critical juncture? Why are there so many bright, new stars appearing in large numbers? Before this, the martial world was also filled with shining stars. But who else can be like us? Yun Tian's words were filled with arrogance and conceit. It was as if he was looking down on the world. Thirdly, at such a crucial time, the various large sects should be preparing for war with all their might. However, the soul-suppressing stone appeared again. The soul-suppressing stone that hasn't appeared for more than 10,000 years. Once the soul-suppressing stone appeared, the entire world was shaken. Regardless of whether they wanted to come or not, they all had to come. This is another phase of the trend. We came here riding on the changes in the wind and clouds. But, Brother Chu, you are the heart of this place. Yun Tian smiled gently. Brother Chu, oh Brother Chu, how could we not notice you? We believe that the trend of the times creates heroes. However, the current trend of the times is mostly created by Brother Chu. It has changed because of you. Once the trend of the times rises and the general trend is irresistible, we will definitely walk on our own paths without regrets. As for you, Brother Chu, as long as you follow your heart, you will be able to lead the group and be pushed to the peak that you have never dreamed of before. There's another very important reason. That is, in such a competition that will decide the fate of the entire Heaven Imperial Court, all the participants must be well aware of the situation. If you win, you will be admired by the world. Even if you lose, it's because your skills are not as good as others. There's no reason for you to shirk your responsibility. It's natural for you to win. Even if you lose, you will accept it wholeheartedly. This is one of the important reasons why we came to find you today. Of course, if Brother Chu loses your life in this human world, it's only a normal thing. Yun Tian's mouth slowly revealed a smile. In Chu Yang's eyes, this smile actually had a hint of charm. Brother Yin has said so much. I am very honored. It's just that I still don't understand. Chu Yang said honestly. You will understand. The three of them smiled at the same time. Oh, right. Actually, there's another matter that we're here for. Yun Tian said. Since Brother Chu has been entrusted here by an expert and has an official background of the Heaven Imperial Court, we naturally don't dare to be rash. We also don't dare to do anything to Brother Chu. However, at such a time, such an expert wouldn't be biased and only care about the Eastern Royal Heaven and ignore the other worlds. Because that would be unfair, isn't it? Yun Tian's gentle eyes suddenly shot out a sharp light. Therefore, I reckon that the item that the expert left for Brother Chu to auction isn't just that one. Brother Chu, you should have at least 40 to 50 items. Yun Tian pondered for a while and said these shocking words. Chu Yang's expression didn't change, but his heart was filled with shock. Chu Yang wasn't surprised by Yun Tian's sudden change in tone. The three people in front of him were all outstanding talents of their time. If they didn't even consider this point, they wouldn't be qualified to be Chu Yang's opponent. What really shocked Chu Yang was Yun Tian's tone. He used an affirmative tone at the end and didn't use a questioning tone. Although the result was the same, the confidence contained in it was shocking. He had actually determined the number of items in Chu Yang's hands. Indeed, Chu Yang didn't intend to only hold one high-level auction like this. As for the items to be auctioned, there were indeed dozens of them. According to the plan, he would hold a few more auctions while the heroes of the world were gathered. He would sell off the accumulated items in his hands and earn a huge amount of purple cloud coins. Then he would buy the purple cloud mansion easily. If there were fewer items, Chu Yang wouldn't be able to gather such a huge amount of wealth. As long as he got the purple cloud mansion, he could use this mysterious treasure to unlock the secrets of the Calamity Sword, the great miracle medicine, and the pagoda left behind by the purple cloud heavenly emperor. If Chu Yang missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to gather tens of millions of purple cloud coins in less than half a year to buy the purple cloud mansion. If Chu Yang missed this opportunity, he might not be able to do it even if he was given another 10.5 years. This matter concerned Chu Yang's future. Chu Yang definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. It was just that if he held another auction, Yun Tian and the others naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to buy high-level items. And this was something that Chu Yang couldn't avoid no matter what. And the most important thing was that these were all his future opponents. He couldn't avoid them and had to face them. What would happen when those items were in their hands? What would happen? What would happen? What would happen? Would it become an opportunity that would affect the whole situation? No one could predict this point. But from this point, it was completely in line with Yun Tian's current expectations. It was almost exactly the same. And from a certain perspective, it was also the realization of the balance of the world. And it was actually in line with the current situation. Chu Yang was suddenly a little confused. What was going on? Could it be that in this world, there was really an invisible hand controlling everything? Only Chu Yang himself knew that the so-called mysterious expert, or person who controls the balance, didn't exist at all. But the others had already confirmed the existence of this person. If not for this, perhaps Chu Yang would have died 800 times already. He had treasures on him, but didn't have the ability to protect them. How could he not deserve to die? If it wasn't for the existence of such an expert, perhaps Yun Tian and the other two wouldn't need to be so courteous with Chu Yang, an ant worthy of earth-grade cultivation. Just a word, or even a glance, would be enough. So whether it was now, or what Chu Yang was about to do, he was even more certain of the existence of that person. But Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Mysterious expert, official background. We don't dare to do anything here. We also don't dare to do anything to Brother Chu. Yes, this sentence is very useful for me to use. Chu Yang pondered in his heart. However, his facial expression remained unchanged from the beginning to the end. He only displayed a surprised or somewhat absurd expression on his face. Just by looking at the expression on his face, it seemed that what Yun Tian said wasn't the truth. Yun Tian paused for a long time. Finally, he smiled and said, "Brother Chu, I wonder when your next auction will begin." He was originally full of confidence. He had thrown out a series of heavy punches, each of them aimed at the vital points. Why didn't Chu Yang say anything? But at this moment, Chu Yang's expression was so rich that he really couldn't figure it out. For the first time, he was a little shaken in his own judgment. When this sentence was asked, even the hearts of Mo Lu and Zi Huang were a little shaken, because the deeper meaning of this sentence was that the initiative had changed hands. Right now, the initiative was on Chu Yang's side. As long as Chu Yang didn't say anything, the truth couldn't be revealed and everything couldn't be carried out. At the same time, it proved another thing. The three of them didn't have any confidence at all. They couldn't be as sure as before. Chapter 1853. To be honest, I also don't know what that senior will do. Chu Yang smiled. Then he frowned and said, "However, if that senior really intends to do so, he will definitely contact me again. If there's really another auction, I will definitely inform the three of you first. I can promise you that." Yun Tian stared intently into Chu Yang's eyes as Chu Yang spoke. However, there was only magnanimity in Chu Yang's eyes. Yun Tian, Stranger, and Zi Huang used their secret techniques at the same time. However, when they reached Chu Yang's eyes, all their techniques melted like snow. They couldn't detect Chu Yang's true thoughts at all. Even Chu Yang's words, his pulse, heartbeat, breathing, expression, and eyes were all normal. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation. Since that's the case, we will wait for Brother Chu's notice. Yun Tian looked at Chu Yang seriously for a long time before he said, word by word. Stranger and Zi Huang nodded at the same time. The divine martial arts that these three people cultivated were all top-notch in the Heaven Imperial Court. Generally speaking, as long as one's cultivation was lower than theirs, one would be able to see through it at a glance. However, the Chu Yang in front of him was actually an exception. His cultivation was much lower than the three of them. However, the three of them couldn't see through him at all. This was the first time that such a situation had happened to the three of them. It was unprecedented. The three of them couldn't help but pay more attention to him. Chu Yang readily agreed to the three people's requests. The four of them chatted for a while more. Yun Tian and the rest stood up to leave. Chu Yang sent them off. The four of them were very happy. Just like good friends, they walked out and warmly bade each other farewell. At this point, the dozens of strong divine senses surrounding the Chu clan's courtyard disappeared silently. Then, Chu Yang returned to his study and sat in his original position. He frowned and pondered. What exactly is going on? The sword spirit wasn't by his side now, and Yen Rushin wasn't around either. Chu Yang felt as if he had fallen into a fog over this sudden incident. He couldn't find any clues at all. However, there was one thing that he was certain of. None of the three people who came just now were simple. Any one of them was extremely terrifying. The three of them, and they were from different paths, appeared together just like that. Then they said a bunch of strange things to Chu Yang. Then they left again. What exactly is going on? What does it mean? Or does it mean that it means something? Chu Yang frowned and thought for a while. He muttered to himself, Yun Yutian? Or the heaven of the extreme heaven? What kind of status does this Yun Tian have? Stranger. What a good stranger. Everyone in the world, regardless of whether they were friends or family, had their own path. Everyone was a stranger to everyone else. So, I'm a stranger, ha ha ha. Chu Yang muttered, that's right. Chu Yang Yutian. 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 Yutian a stranger? Yutian. Yutian Yutian Yutian. Yutian. Yutian Yutian Yutian? Yutian 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 Yutian. No, the Yutian Yutian, that makes sense. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and said softly, but if I can compete with such opponents, it would be a great joy in my life. All along, Chu Yang's opponents were much older than him. Even Diwu Qing Ro from the lower three heavens was much older than him. As for Diwu Chochang from the upper three heavens, he was older than him by tens of thousands of years. Chu Yang had never met an opponent of the same age. He only had friends and brothers of the same age. It wasn't a pity, but it wasn't a bad thing either. Just think about it. If Mo Tian Ji, Gudu Xing Dong Wushang, and the others had all become Chu Yang's enemies, then it would have been hard to say whether Chu Yang would have been able to reach where he was today. In fact, Chu Yang didn't even need to become enemies with all of them. But right now, in this Heaven Imperial Court, he actually met three people of the same age at once. And each of them was scarier than the last. Each of them was only a few years older than Chu Yang. And in terms of background, they were all stronger than Chu Yang. They were even standing at the top of the world, while Chu Yang was still struggling at the bottom. But at this moment, Chu Yang's heart was filled with a fighting spirit that he had never felt before. Since they were opponents, let's bring it on. Chu Yang's sword-like eyebrows slowly rose. On the other side, after the three of them left, they walked for a long distance. They walked all the way out of the North City Gate before they slowly stopped. The other few people should have used up all their old enemies. Yun Tian smiled faintly. His voice was filled with mockery as he said, "They haven't discovered Chu Yang yet." Zi Huang and Nemo Lu smiled at the same time. Their expressions relaxed. Yun Tian looked at the other two with a solemn face. After a long time, he asked, "Your old enemies, how many more can light up?" Hearing the two words, old enemies, Zi Huang and Zi Huang smiled bitterly. They looked at each other and were surprised by each other's bitter smiles. Then they felt relieved. My last one. Today, my YJ lit up and then dimmed. Zi Huang smiled. Mine too. My last one lit up in the early hours of this morning. Now it's dimmed. Zi Huang smiled confidently. His handsome face was filled with indifference. Yun Tian said indifferently, "Fortunately, I still have one more. This time, I didn't use old enemies here." Zi Huang and Zi Huang's expressions changed at the same time. They looked at Yun Tian with fear and jealousy. The stranger coldly said, "Brother Yun's thoughts are meticulous. As expected, you are much more brilliant than this little brother." He turned around and left without saying another word. Zi Huang was silent for a while. Then he smiled confidently and said, "Brother Yun is very talented. If Brother Yun was a girl, I would definitely marry you at all costs. The feeling of crushing my life's biggest enemy under my crotch and ravaging him to my heart's content must be very satisfying. No, just thinking about it is satisfying." Yun Tian flew into a rage. his face as handsome as a woman's flushed red. He was so angry that he choked for a while. Then he gritted his teeth and scolded, "Bullshit! Don't fall into my hands in the future. Otherwise, I will find many people to play you to death." However, just as he was about to curse, the Purple Emperor turned around and left with a loud laugh. His figure was 1,000 feet away. It was as if he didn't hear Yun Tian's counterattack. He picked the words that Yun Tian didn't want to hear the most and angered him as he wished. Then he immediately slipped away, because the two of them had used old enemies to find Chu Yang. But Yun Tian didn't use it. Perhaps he had already locked onto Chu Yang. Or perhaps he had used the two of them to lock onto Chu Yang. In any case, it was useless, no matter what the situation was. It meant that Yun Tian was more intelligent than the two of them. At least in this matter, the two of them were at a disadvantage. So, he had to anger Yun Tian to vent his anger. He got what he wanted. Yun Tian's face was red. He flicked his sleeves and left in anger, "Old enemies." It wasn't a person, but it was definitely a person. And the old enemies that Yun Tian and the other two mentioned was a very special jade. Every 500 years, when the absolute leader of the young generation of a certain world stood out, a special jade pendant would be created by many elders of a few super sects in that world. These young leaders had an important mission, which was to defeat the geniuses of other worlds. But in a world where the situation was completely clear, how could they determine who was their opponent? Then they would have to use old enemies. Every time they arrived at a new area, they could use their cultivation and primordial spirit to fight with the jade pendant of the old enemies. If the jade pendant lit up, it meant that there was an opponent here. If it wasn't their life's greatest enemy, the old enemies wouldn't have any effect. Every time they encountered such a situation, they could use their telepathy to find the other party. After finding the other party, the jade pendant would automatically extinguish and become useless. It couldn't be used again. Every old enemy's jade pendant could only guide its owner to one old enemy. If it didn't light up, it meant that it was at least one of their life's greatest enemies. This kind of thing was extremely mysterious, so mysterious that it couldn't be explained. But the price to pay to create this old enemy's jade pendant was very high. The elders who participated in the creation of the old enemies would never be able to use the power of their divine sense for the rest of their lives. They wouldn't even be able to use their own divine sense. This kind of price was simply too heavy for experts who were used to using their divine sense to detect everything. It was equivalent to becoming blind and deaf. But the old enemies allowed the geniuses that the world had placed their hopes on to seize the initiative in the face of their opponent. In this kind of invisible battle, seizing the initiative was equivalent to being in an invincible position. It was to stand out in the 500-year competition and bring great benefits and rewards to the sect and to the world of Tibet. So, even though the price was huge, it was still worth it. Because of the rarity of this item and the huge price to pay, every young leader would never have more than 3 pieces. If someone had or used more than 3 pieces of the old enemy's jade pendant, they would need to use 10 times the amount of divine sense to create a 4th piece. Even the Heavenly Sword Alliance couldn't afford such a loss, because even if they obtained the first place, it couldn't make up for such a huge loss. After Mo Lu and Zi Huang came here, they unintentionally used the old enemies and discovered Chu Yang's existence. Then they came to find him, but Yun Tian didn't use it. But he still discovered Chu Yang's existence. This was the reason why Mo Lu was angry, and why Zi Huang had to provoke Yun Tian to turn the tables. Of course, Chu Yang didn't know about these things. Yun Tian and the other two wouldn't say anything. Even if they did, no one would make such a huge sacrifice for Chu Yang to create an old enemy for him. Moreover, he was a super trash with a dantian. Chapter 1854. Even though no one could recognize Chu Yang's body constitution, the guidance of this enemy, who made such a huge sacrifice, was absolutely absolute. There was no mistake. By the time the distant stranger returned to his own camp, his angry expression had already disappeared. Those two enemies, did you find them? The stranger asked softly. The air around him changed, and an old man appeared. We only found one. The stranger frowned. Where? What's his name? It's very strange. One of them seems to be able to avoid our detection. We can't find him at all. As for the second one, he's not from a sect. Instead, he's the leader of a group of robbers. The old man frowned. The leader of a group of robbers? How is that possible? The stranger frowned. Who was sent to investigate? This information is definitely reliable. The old man said, This person's surname is Tan. This person looks very strange. His temper is also very strange. He seems to be a bit crazy. Also, his methods are ruthless. I don't know which sect he's from. His organization is called Heavenly Armament Pavilion. There are two words that are similar to Chu Yang's Heavenly Armament Auction Hall. The stranger frowned deeply. Yes, only this person is in our territory. The other one is at the border. We can't find him. The old man replied respectfully. Stranger looked up at the sky and muttered, Is this a coincidence? Then he asked, Which world did this person come from? I'm not sure. The old man smiled bitterly. This guy never cared about laws. He didn't even register. All of his wealth came from robbery and plunder. Also, his strength grew very fast. He's only in the Earth grade, but his escaping ability is superb. He has an enemy who invited a peak heaven grade expert to kill him, but he actually disappeared without a trace. What an interesting person. The stranger's face darkened, and he said lightly, Send the order back. Investigate thoroughly. Yes. The old man bowed and replied. Mo Lu's face darkened. Suddenly he sighed and said, This is really not the right time. The soul-suppressing stone incident just had to happen at a time like this. If not, I could have played with this Tengai to my heart's content. What a pity. When I go back, I'm afraid it'll be another scene. The old man said, This can't be. After all, we can't stay here for long. At most half a year we can return. Half a year. That's enough to turn the world upside down. The stranger exhaled. The enemy's opponent can't be judged by common sense. No matter what kind of improvement and changes there are, it's all understandable. He frowned. When I go back, I'll be dealt with. That's the Tan guy. On the other side, the Purple Emperor was also worried about the same problem. Bandits? How could they be robbers and not people from super sects? Where did this Dong Wushang come from? Heavenly Armament Pavilion? What was the relationship between Heavenly Armament Pavilion and Heavenly Armament Auction Hall? No. In this world, there are too many people who call themselves Heavenly Soldiers. Huangxin sneered. Heavenly Soldiers? Heavenly Tian Tian? Tian Tian, a Heavenly Heavens Dong Wushang, was the enemy that the Purple Emperor found in Daluo Heaven. Just as he found out the soul-suppressing stone incident broke out. He didn't have time to understand, but Dong Wushang's name became a thorn in the Purple Emperor's heart. It made him uncomfortable to the extreme. The Purple Emperor's heart was hazy. Enemies usually came from other worlds. Why did this Dong Wushang come from my side? Why did he appear in my original world? In Daluo Heaven with me? What was going on? Enemies existed in the same world. Did it mean that my position was unstable? Because this was an extremely embarrassing matter, the Purple Emperor naturally wouldn't mention it. He couldn't wait to keep it a secret. If Yun Tian and the stranger knew, wouldn't they laugh at him? On the other side, the stranger, he also wouldn't mention it for the same reason. So this matter, just like that, they were separated by a strange combination of factors. If the Purple Emperor and the stranger could talk openly, they would find out that the people they were most worried about were actually the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. They were all bandit organizations, but the two of them would never really talk to each other. It was the same with the others. because they were natural enemies. However, although no one mentioned this matter, everyone had guesses in their hearts. Such a person appeared on my side. Did they have such a person? If so, then it would really be exciting. It wasn't just the Purple Emperor and the stranger who were worried about this. The other young leaders of the other worlds were also frowning. This matter was really strange. The enemy had been in their hands for a long time. Every once in a while, everyone would use their cultivation to test it, because if there wasn't such a person, the enemy wouldn't react, and there was no need to worry about wasting. For a few years before this, the enemy hadn't lit up, so everyone was at ease. But this year, without exception, all of them lit up, and the enemies they guided were almost none of the super sects. This matter gave every young leader a headache. Of course, they didn't know that this kind of situation also happened in other worlds. But everyone was secretly sullen and depressed. They were using all kinds of methods to suppress, restrain, or eradicate it, but at present the effect wasn't very good. After sending the three of them off, Chuyang sat in the study for a while and then walked out. He met Huyen Aobo walking over majestically. "Big brother Chu, how's the effect of my time here? Not bad, right? It's quite good." Chuyang praised sincerely. Huyen Aobo was in charge of external matters. Although she dealt with all matters, no matter big or small, it was also watertight. Huyen Aobo grinned. Just as she was about to leave, she turned back. "Last night, I dreamt of GMO again. That bastard was howling. He's not Luokadi. Why is he pretending to be a beast? It's really infuriating." Chuyang laughed loudly. Seeing Huyen Aobo walk away, Chuyang's expression became a little ugly. They were too far apart, too long. Brothers. Even Huyen Aobo, who had such a carefree personality, dreamt of GMO. Then what about Xie Danfeng? Gu Miaoling? Ao Xian's wife and Xie Dancheng's wife? How were those weak girls going to bear all of this? In this heaven imperial court where danger lurks at every step. In this stormy pugilistic world where human lives are as cheap as grass. I can protect them. I can guarantee that they won't be hurt. But how can I comfort their hearts that are worried for their loved ones? Chuyang closed his eyes. Then he looked up to the sky and took a deep breath. Then he walked into the big courtyard. Madame Mei, Xie Dancheng's wife, was busy inside. She looked at the group of children playing in front of her quietly. "Sister-in-law." Chuyang walked over. "Big brother." Madame Mei stood up gracefully. "I made some cards. Help me distribute them later." Chuyang said, "Oh yes, I need the name list of these children. I have ready-made ones here. I'll give them to you later." Madame Mei said quietly. After a moment of silence, she finally asked, "Big brother, is there any news of Xie Danqiong?" Chuyang's face twitched a little. He said, "Sister-in-law, relax. Although there is no specific news for now, how many days have we been here? The time is too short. Moreover, the Heaven Imperial Court is vast, and there are many restrictions. Xie Danqiong definitely needs to increase his strength to break through the restrictions and meet up with us." "Yes, I understand." Madame Mei responded weakly. She said, "I'm actually not very worried. It's just that I've been dreaming these few days that Xie Danqiong is covered in blood. I'm a little scared of myself." "Ha!" Chuyang's heart sank. He said, "Don't worry. We've ascended higher than others. Moreover, Xie Danqiong's viburnum flower is a super killer weapon no matter where. Xie Danqiong is smart and alert. Moreover, even if there's any danger, Xie Danqiong still has the 2 heavy elixirs that I gave him, which can bring him back to life. There are also 4 incomplete versions of the heavy elixirs that can heal any injuries instantly. I believe that he'll be fine." "Yes, I know." Madame Mei's expression relaxed a lot. "I always like to let my imagination run wild." Chuyang said gently, "What you think about in the day, you'll definitely dream about it at night. Sister-in-law, you can try to think about it. Xie Danqiong is in high spirits now. You'll feel much better." "Yes, haha." Madame Mei laughed. Madame May's mood improved, but Chu Yang's mood became heavier. There was a saying that a husband and wife's hearts were connected. There were many mysterious things that couldn't be explained by normal logic. Why did Madame May suddenly dream of Xie Danqiong being bathed in blood? Could it be that Xie Danqiong had encountered some danger? After a long time, Chu Yang stood in the courtyard. Hundreds of children around him were looking at him with sparkling eyes. They were full of trust and reverence. Children, I'm going to give everyone a small gift today. There's one for each of you. Chu Yang smiled. What gift? Will it be fun? What exactly is it? Could it be a super big steamed bun? A skinny little girl put her finger in her mouth, full of hope. Haha, what's so rare about a big steamed bun? I'm guessing it's a big meat bun. Another little guy said happily, maybe it's a big piece of fat meat. As he said, saliva flowed out of his mouth. Chu Yang laughed. These little guys were really afraid of starvation in the past. Now that there's something good, they want to eat. It's just that their requirements seem too low. Chapter 1855. Yes. All the children's eyes lit up at the same time as they answered in unison. Yes, what I'm giving to everyone today are your exclusive Heavenly Soldier tokens. Chu Yang waved his hand, and a large stack of thin metal tokens appeared in his hand. Each token was only the size of 2 copper coins. They were shiny and oval-shaped. The design was unique and beautiful. There were 2 big words in the middle, Heavenly Soldiers. Then at the bottom are the names of each child. Novel chapters are updated the fastest. You must carry this token with you from now on. Do not let it leave your body for even a moment. When you grow up, no matter where you are, don't forget that this is your eternal home. You will always be the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of our heavenly armament pavilion. Chu Yang's voice was filled with deep emotions. If there was a chance, he would not be willing to give away so many obedient children. But now he could not afford it at all. Every time he thought of this matter, although it was irresistible, he had to do it. Furthermore, it was for the long term. Even so, Chu Yang still felt heartache. But he suppressed the heartache deep in his heart. The smile on his face was still bright and warm. Good. The children immediately became excited. Each of them looked at the tokens eagerly. They could not wait to hold it in their hands. Now, whoever I call, come forward to receive your token. Chu Yang waved his hand. From now on, you can be proud as much as you want, because you are worthy of the title of Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals. Even if you are still young now, you will definitely be in the future. Yes, we will definitely be. All of the children screamed with all their might, each of their small faces. Their faces were flushed with excitement. Chu Yinfeng, here. Chu Jinfeng, here. Chu Rofeng, here. Chu Yang read out the names one by one as he looked deeply at each child who came forward to receive their tokens. He wanted to remember each person's characteristics and appearance. He wanted to remember them deeply in his heart and imprint them in his heart. Once they were separated, they would be separated for a long time. Even if there was a day when they would meet again, it would definitely be a long, long time in the future. I hope that everyone will remember your home, your brothers and your sisters. Chu Yang said deeply, this is the beauty that each of us needs to protect with our lives. The children's eyes sparkled. They looked at Chu Yang. The whole place was silent. From today onwards, every meal must have fish and meat. There were big steamed buns and big meat buns. There must be no less than 10 dishes on each table for every meal. Chu Yang took a deep breath. Then he turned his head and instructed. Inform Albua and Miao Ling to hurry up with their purchases. Make new clothes for each child. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter clothes. Do one thing each. 10 years of preparation in one go. Pay attention to the changes in your body size as you grow. In the 10th year, the children are almost grown up. Make 10 pieces of clothing for each season. Chu Yang said softly. Also, make a longevity lock for each child. Make a pure gold hairpin for each girl. Prepare a box for everyone. Make sure you can put everything inside. If all of these were added up, it would undoubtedly be an unusually huge expenditure. But Chu Yang couldn't bear to do that. Then he gave the order. Madam May seemed to realize this, and tears quickly welled up in her eyes. The children below were still carefree. They were all laughing and looking at the heavenly soldier plate that ZJ had just received as if it was a treasure. Their young voices were repeating ZJ's name word by word. Some of the little girls began to use silk threads to carefully thread the plate and hung it around ZJ's neck. From time to time, they would take it out to take a look. Their young faces were all smiles. Chu Yang's heart couldn't help but ache. If I wasn't so weak now, if I had enough strength now, he looked up to the sky and sighed. It seemed to come from the bottom of ZJ's heart. Even ZJ's heart was trembling when he sighed. Just as Yun Tian and the others came to look for Chu Yang, another group of people also came to the entrance of the Heavenly Soldier Auction Hall. Xue Xian, who had the highest cultivation in the Heavenly Soldier Hall, was the first to be alert. She said, "Our old rivals are here." Hai Lianbo was stunned. Then he also noticed the arrival of the uninvited guests. His face couldn't help but darken. He said, "Old friends, since you're here, why don't you come in and sit?" As soon as he finished speaking, an indescribably gloomy and uncomfortable aura appeared. A sinister voice suddenly sounded. "You all still have the mood to study and snatch treasures here? Aren't you all about to burn your buttocks? I really admire you, Eastern Royal Heavens people. You really can keep your composure. Aren't you afraid of losing face for His Majesty Eastern Royal Heavens?" Xue Xian raised her eyebrows. She said in a low voice, "Old Baldy, where are you talking nonsense?" "Ha ha ha!" Following the laughter, a burly bald man walked in. He looked to be only 40 or 50 years old, but everyone sucked in a breath. This guy was one of Stupa Heaven's great killing gods. Stupa Heaven's Stupa Pavilion elder, Wu Zhangxiu. His nickname was Zhangxiu. From this nickname, one could see how heavy his killing nature was. Stupa Pavilion was ranked 5th among the super sects in the Heavenly Imperial Court. The black-clothed man at his side was the big Western Sky Saber and Sword Alliance elder, Dao Changshao. Saber and Sword Alliance was ranked 11th among the super sects in the Heavenly Imperial Court. "Oh, old Baldy, what did you mean by what you said before?" Xue Xian's gaze was like ice and snow towards these two people. She didn't have the slightest bit of good impression. She always greeted them with a fight when they met. Originally, at their status level, if it wasn't necessary, they would rarely fight. But Xue Xian and these two people's relationship was really very deep, especially Wu Zhangxiu. Ever since Wu Zhangxiu saw Xue Xian for the first time, he was immediately infatuated. Several years ago, this Wu Zhangxiu actually personally rushed to Dreamlike Secular Pavilion to ask for Xue Xian's hand in marriage. Afterwards, he was ruthlessly fixed up by Xue Xian, beaten half to death and then thrown back. If this matter ended here, it was probably just a joke about a failed marriage proposal and then being beaten up, that's all. But she also didn't know what this Wu Zhangxiu was thinking. Afterwards, he unexpectedly sent someone to ask for her hand in marriage every 10 years. In terms of their age, for so many years, Xue Xian had only rejected this person's marriage proposal. She had rejected him countless times, at least a few thousand times. She couldn't stop him. Being pursued, to be honest, wasn't a shameful thing. But being pursued like this was extremely depressing, and it had to happen again and again, again and again, even 1,000 and 2,000, 2,000 and 3,000 pursuits. No one could stand it. It was really annoying. Besides, because of this joke became a popular joke among the older generation. As the saying goes, a strong woman is afraid of a pestering man. But Wu Zhangxiu, this pestering man, had reached the peak of perfection, while Xue Xian, this strong woman, was still indifferent. She was even furious. So whenever Xue Xian saw this Baldy, anger would rise from the bottom of her heart, and she would have to put down her thoughts to fight. Today, she barely restrained herself from directly attacking. She restrained herself as much as she could. Don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything else. I'm just saying. Wu Zhangxiu used his hand to scratch his bald head and was actually a little embarrassed. Even the gloomy voice from before had now become stuttering. Hai Xiaobo laughed in his heart. This was really one thing to conquer another. Dao Changxiao's sharp face revealed a rare smile and said, "Everyone, we're really not here to fight. The main thing is that we have to discuss something." Xue Xian's expression was cold as she asked, "What is it?" "The 500 years competition is about to begin. This is considered a big matter, right?" Dao Changxiao's expression was serious. 500 years competition. Xue Xian was angry, but she almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. "It is indeed a big matter, but do you still need to say it? There are still 51 years. The 500 years competition is about to begin. Who doesn't know about this matter?" "Wrong." Dao Changxiao coldly spat out a word. "It's not 51 years, it's only 11 years. "Nonsense." Xue Xian frowned. "Dao Changxiao, have you become muddle-headed? The 500 years competition, last time, we were all present. How can you remember this wrong?" Hai Xiaobo nodded. "That's right. According to the martial arts competition of the past, there are still 51 years left until the 500-year period. It's just that things have changed now. The competition has been brought forward." Dao Changxiao sighed. "We can only wait for the next 11 years. Seeing that his expression didn't seem to be fake, Xue Xian's expression slowly became serious. "Are you serious?" "That is indeed the case." Wu Zhangxiu rubbed his bald head and smiled, then moved closer to Xue Xian and said, "Anything that Xue Xian wants to know, as long as I know, I will definitely tell you everything. Let me sit down first. I will definitely tell Xue Xian everything." "Go away!" Xue Xian screamed. "Don't sit next to me. Go away!" Okay. I won't sit next to you, okay." Wu Zhangxiu lowered his head and sat far away, stretching his neck and trying to please Xue Xian. "Xue Xian, please don't be angry. You won't be pretty when you are angry. My love for you is real." Xue Xian clenched her fists and was about to stand up, but she forced herself to stop halfway. She took a deep breath, but still couldn't suppress her anger. She looked at Dao Changxiao with sharp eyes. "Go on. What is going on? Why is the competition brought forward? I didn't even know about it." Dao Changxiao was startled. What the hell?" Xue Xian exploded. "Are you deaf? Hurry up and say it." Dao Changxiao felt wronged. "What does it have to do with me when you two quarrel? Why do I have to be the punching bag? But my fist is not as hard as this woman's, so I can only swallow my anger." Chapter 1856. The two of them had nothing to do, so they chatted for a while. They enjoyed the rare time for just the two of them, chatting in an elegant environment. Naturally, it was very pleasant. However, good times were only short-lived. The two of them only enjoyed the peaceful time of a meal before Tai Butian had to go back. There was no other way. She was needed there. In the Chu clan courtyard, Tai Butian was the busiest person. Chu Yang, who used to be the busiest person, was not even in the top 5 now. Huyan Aobua, Xia Danfeng, and the others were busier than him. And the second was Duan Sankong. With a good butler like Duan Sankong, how could Chu Yang not make good use of him? If it was still like before, where Chu Yang had to deal with everything, how could Chu Yang have the time to cultivate and improve his cultivation? Chu Yang, who was enjoying a rare moment of peace, naturally didn't know that a major event that could affect the future of the entire Heaven Palace had just happened here. He was still wondering, could it be that those bastards felt embarrassed after breaking my room, so they sneaked away? Otherwise, why can't I see anyone? This is really strange. Could it be that those people are actually embarrassed? If they were really embarrassed, Why didn't they leave 1,000,000 purple cloud coins for me to repair my room? Forget it. It's just a small amount of money. I don't care about it. It's good that they're gone. My ears can finally be completely quiet. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Chuyang prepared to go back to meditate and cultivate. The sword spirit had been transferring a large amount of death energy back and forth several times a day in the past few days. Chuyang's death energy, Dantian, had already been filled to the brim. If not for the fact that a part of his death energy was gradually transforming into vitality, and the speed was getting faster and faster, he was really afraid that there was no place to accommodate the death energy. Death energy was something that could weaken all things. Even the tribulation space could only accommodate it temporarily. It could not hold it for a long time. Otherwise, it would be eroded. Chuyang's current so-called cultivation was, to a large extent, a continuous process of transformation, and retransformation. Just as he was about to leave and return to the secret room to continue his cultivation, he suddenly felt a strange sensation. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable movement in his dantian. There was actually an extremely rich water spirit, qi, permeating the air. In fact, Chuyang was wantonly absorbing the death energy and converting it into life energy. Other than that, the other 7 dantians were also accumulating energy of various attributes, bit by bit. However, compared to the death energy that could be absorbed almost infinitely and quickly, the difference was like heaven and earth. Even if the conversion speed of life energy was getting faster and faster, the difference was still like heaven and earth. However, it was not without growth. It was just that the rate of growth was relatively slow. It was precisely because the growth of other energies was relatively slow. Chuyang was naturally very sensitive to other types of energy. So he couldn't help but be shocked when he suddenly sensed the sudden surge of water vapor energy. He turned his head and stared blankly at the sparkling water column in front of him. This water actually contained such a dense amount of water spirit qi? Chuyang couldn't think of this at all. A fountain that suddenly appeared in his living room actually contained such a dense amount of water spirit energy. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he still immediately sat down. If he returned to the secret room to cultivate, he might miss the opportunity to obtain the water spirit qi. Although cultivating on the spot would be a little risky, the benefits would be considerable. He immediately made a decision. Under this dome-like water curtain, he sat cross-legged and wholeheartedly operated the heaven-splitting divine technique. Since there was such a surging amount of water spirit qi here, why would he care so much? Let's absorb it first. The heaven-splitting divine technique was fully activated. As he operated the technique, Chuyang immediately discovered a difference. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth, at this moment, actually surged like a tide, and the water spirit qi of the heaven-splitting divine technique in his body was also increasing at an astonishing speed, several times faster than usual. Moreover, the extent was faintly increasing. Chuyang didn't know that this was probably an unexpected but reasonable coincidence. Moreover, it was a coincidence that very few people other than Chuyang could make use of. Previously, when Xue Xian was angry and embarrassed, she slapped Wu Zhangxiu down. That slap was at least 50% of her true power. The strength of the slap was so strong that it directly slapped Wu Zhangxiu down into the underground water. And in order to not lose face, Wu Zhangxiu used his own divine technique to protect himself. Coincidentally, he further compressed the underground water to that place. When he came out in order to show off his handsome figure, he even made this passageway as strong as steel. The final result was an ordinary-looking fountain, but in fact it was very unusual, and under such strong compression, it caused the geocentric water spirit qi to produce a phenomenon of reverse flow. And Chuyang built a pavilion out of romantic feelings. He even added a large metal plate on top of it. This further formed a reflecting dome. With such a few coincidences superimposed, It was in line with a certain formation. Strictly speaking, this kind of formation was very far away. However, in terms of the Earth's core water spiritual energy, it had to gather at this place after it rushed out. At least for the next few days, the water spiritual energy here was much, much denser than in other places. And at this moment, Chu Yang's mind was blessed as he sat down and operated his martial technique. This led to the geocentric water spirit chi. Other than the initial little bit, not going to waste it all. It was all used by him as a great supplement between heaven and earth. Because of this strange change, the spiritual energy slowly surged. Chu Yang could clearly feel that his water dantian was beginning to increase its spiritual energy, little by little, with a turn of his mind. The great miracle medicine instantly appeared in the tribulation space. The water spirit chi of the spring of life also surged out. The medicinal efficacy of the elixir garden surged into the dantian like a tsunami. The primordial purple vapor in the tribulation space also began to move, rushing into Chu Yang's meridians. Chu Yang only felt that his body and mind were in perfect condition. The large amount of death spirit chi that the sword spirit had painstakingly transported, which was so huge that it couldn't be absorbed in time, was actually being absorbed, transformed, and poured into the life dantian at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye. This was completely out of Chu Yang's expectations. Today, he coincidentally obtained a large amount of water spirit chi, and even accidentally activated a secret of the life and death dantian. In fact, the gradual transformation of the death spirit chi into the life spirit chi was not accidental. When the dantian of death was completely filled, things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. The extreme of death would give birth to life, but the transformation speed was not very fast. However, at this moment, because of the unexpected water spiritual chi, the spring of life, great spiritual herbs, primordial violet chi, and other miraculous treasures were stimulated, causing the transformation of the spiritual chi of life to accelerate. A large amount of spiritual chi of death was transformed into spiritual chi of life until the two were roughly equal. In other words, his death spirit chi had shrunk from its full state to a little more than 50%. However, his life dantian was already 50% filled with life spirit chi, and it was still slowly increasing. In terms of quantity, life energy had increased tremendously, while death energy had decreased correspondingly. It seemed to have no practical significance, but in fact, this transformation had far-reaching implications. In the future, regardless of whether there is an excess of life chi or death chi, they could all be transformed into each other. This state was the so-called unity of life and death, the fusion of yin and yang. Also, the infinite, boundless mountain and the soul-suppressing stone still had large amounts of death spirit chi. He could definitely absorb and convert the energy without any hindrance. With the method of transforming spiritual chi of life and death, he could go a step further and wantonly consume it. At this moment, Chu Yang only felt as if his entire body was light as a feather, as if he had floated up into the clouds. And it was in such a miraculous state that he entered into a state where he forgot about everything around him. He did not sense in the slightest that the spiritual energy in the air above him had already undergone an exceptionally huge change. The purest portion of the various spiritual energies that filled the space between the heavens and the earth had quietly disappeared, and this area was still gradually expanding. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the surrounding 1,000 kilometers had already been enveloped within. Outside the city, several old men who had been meditating in their respective tents were startled, rushing outside with a whoosh sound. Then their figures flashed as they all flew into the air, observing carefully, raising their heads to look at the situation in the sky. All of them had solemn expressions on their faces. Have you all sensed it? A white-clothed old man asked softly. However, the surrounding old men all nodded in unison, sighing, "We can no longer cultivate here, unless we walk out of this area." "That's right. A black-clothed old man's white beard fluttered in the wind. His eyes were filled with dread and envy as he slowly said, "This area is about 1,200 kilometers in radius. Although the spiritual energy still exists, the most essential part has already been lost. Moreover, no matter how we cultivate, we can't seize it or even intercept a single drop." Another white-browed old man closed his eyes and carefully sensed. Then he shook his head disappointedly. "This is still nothing. What's truly frightening is that I can't find out where the missing part of the pure spiritual energy has gone." A group of old men snorted. "It's already specially absorbing the pure spiritual energy. How can it be detected by you? Elder Mu, you're the one with the best eyesight, experience, and knowledge in this group of people. Do you know what kind of technique this is? How can it be so overbearing?" An old man asked. "This, I really don't know." This white-browed Elder Mu pondered and said, "However, I've heard that Emperor One, Queen, and Holy Monarch all have similar techniques, and our current level is still far from that level. It's really unfathomable." Everyone had a bitter smile on their faces as they were shocked once again. Emperor One, Queen, and Holy Monarch. It referred to 11 people. They were also the 11 most powerful people in the heavenly imperial court. Emperor. It referred to the emperor of the great heavenly imperial court. Queen One. It was Demon Emperor Heaven and Demon Empress. As for Holy Monarch, it was naturally Lord Saint of the heavenly imperial court. As for whether other people have such techniques, I really don't know. Everyone only knows that the first 5 sect masters should know a little about it. A few old ancestors should have stepped into this category. Also, under Holy Monarch and Emperor One, there should also be experts who have stepped into this realm. Although these people still have an insurmountable gap with Emperor One and Queen, they can more or less be controlled within a small range. However, compared to this person in front of us, I'm afraid they're still slightly inferior. Chapter 1857. The old man with white eyebrows took a deep breath. Based on my personal judgment, the person here shouldn't be at the level of DE or Empress. Then, could he be the mysterious guest from the strange auction some time ago? Speaking of this, everyone's face became a little gloomy. From P. That mysterious guest had good things, but he obviously gave them to the people of Donghuang Heaven. They came 2 days late and didn't even get to drink anything. Naturally, they felt uncomfortable, facing such a terrifying existence that they could only look up to. Everyone's heart was heavy. Although they all had their own thoughts, no one dared to really search for anything. What was the difference between rashly acting at this time and seeking death? Normally, the purpose of cultivation was to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself. But there were also impurities in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After absorbing it, one would use one's meridians as a channel and one's dantian as a purifier to refine and purify it over and over again. In the end, it would become a power that completely belonged to oneself. In other words, it was the purest and most refined spiritual energy. But now, this person directly ignored this process and directly absorbed the most refined spiritual energy from heaven and earth. After this, although the spiritual energy in the sky was still dense, the most refined part was already gone. In other words, no matter how hard one worked, even if one absorbed all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here, in the end, it would be equivalent to wasting one's efforts. Cultivating in the same place as such an existence was simply a great tragedy. And this was also the main reason why such a powerful existence could easily dominate an area. Who would be willing to share with others? If one couldn't afford to offend him, would one stay here and look for trouble? But now these people here couldn't leave, because the secret of the soul-suppressing stone here hadn't been revealed yet. Even if they couldn't cultivate here, they couldn't leave. Therefore, everyone's face was as ugly as if they had eaten feces where the soul-suppressing stone was originally. Once it was opened, the spiritual energy would definitely be so dense that it would cover the sky and earth. This kind of spiritual energy would definitely be a thorough cleansing of everyone's meridians. It would make a qualitative change in everyone, an astonishing improvement. That was probably the reason why everyone had come here. But now, with the existence of this terrifying person, it was as if everyone had come out for a vacation. Other than paying for the travel expenses, they could only enjoy the scenery. Not only did he waste time cultivating at home, he even had to risk losing his life. The group of elders once again sighed in unison and returned to their seats. They only felt somewhat depressed and stifled. She had never seen such a shameless old man. Wasn't this too degrading? For a mere soul-suppressing stone, it's still acceptable for people of our level to participate. But do you have the nerve to make a move? Was it worth the ticket price? Furthermore, he's still here and won't fucking leave? This seemed to be a treasure left behind by their predecessors for their descendants. But now, there was such a terrifying person holding the fort. Could it be that this old man was someone from before? Who knows? Very likely. What should he do? None of us seemed to be able to do anything. One by one, they sighed. It turns out that we have traveled more than 100,000 miles. Just to be humiliated here? The old men were all extremely unhappy. Of course, even if they were unhappy, they could only grumble in their hearts, not to mention doing anything. They didn't even dare to voice out their displeasure. Even their expressions were basically the same as usual. They really didn't dare to show too much abnormality. Perhaps their current appearance was within the range of the other party's divine sense. As long as the other party was unhappy, they would probably lose their lives here. As for why they had such an understanding, the reason was actually very simple. It was because they had done similar things before. They were basically all old monsters who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Although they didn't do things like robbing, they had still done things like that. As for those who didn't agree with their way of doing things, most of them would punish them. If one of them didn't stop, killing one or two of them was really not a big deal. Perhaps this was another kind of people of the same mind, and their hearts share the same principle. Although the old men were worried, the younger generation was already in full swing. They were obviously very excited. Yun Tian seemed to have drunk some wine and was a little high. His handsome face was flushed red. He suddenly clapped his hands and recited loudly, "The Sky Sword Alliance produces outstanding talents, moving unhindered in the extreme heaven. They laugh at the winds and clouds and settle business. Yet they ask if the southern sky is coming?" When this sentence came out, besides being arrogant and conceited, there was also a hint of disdain for all living things. The face of a young man in the South Pole camp instantly turned gloomy. He laughed and said, "The southern wind moves the earth, blowing away the clouds in the sky. Brother Yin, why? Are you going to fire at us, southern sky, first?" Yun Tian laughed loudly, showing a non-committal attitude. On the other side, the eyes of a stranger moved and said, "There is a ghost region in hell. When strangers meet, they draw their swords." The meaning of tit for tat in his words was completely undisguised. In Mo Yuntian's camp, a young man in black had a sinister smile on his face. He said indifferently, "If there is no ghost region, how can there be hell? Strangers on different paths lead to the same destination. You and I are strangers on different paths. We are strangers on different paths." The stranger also said indifferently, "I only know that strangers on different paths lead to different paths." Then the two of them laughed together. One laughed sinisterly while the other laughed like a ghost. Everyone at the side couldn't help but have goosebumps all over their bodies. One of them was in the underworld sect, while the other was in the ghost region. They both belonged to the top 10 super sects in the Heaven Imperial Court. The underworld sect was ranked first, while the ghost region was ranked first. The cultivation methods of these two sects were very similar. It could be said that they were on the same path. The words of the two of them were also full of spears and sticks, competing with each other. On the other side, Zi Huang stood up confidently and waved his folding fan twice. He shouted, "With a sword, when Xan is ethereal, one can move unhindered in Daluo heaven. Today, looking to the extreme north, I am free and unfettered." A sharp voice said, "What? You know that you can't afford to offend the dreamlike veranda of Eastern Royal Heaven, so you came to find me? Do you really think I'm a pushover?" From Chi Bei Tian's camp, a blue-clothed figure slowly walked out and shouted, "Zi Huang, is your heart-seeking sword pavilion going to fight my howling sky pavilion?" To be honest, Zi Huang was also depressed by this straightforward question. His biggest opponent, or even the heart-seeking sword pavilion's biggest opponent, had always been the dreamlike veranda of Eastern Royal Heaven. However, this time, the Eastern Royal Heaven didn't send anyone at all. A competition needed an opponent. If there was only one person, it was just pretending to be a fool. Under the circumstances, he had no choice but to use Chi Bei Tian to establish his prestige. Even he himself felt that he seemed to be a little weak. On this side, the young people of the two realms were fighting with each other. They were all hot-blooded young people who were destined to be enemies. No one was willing to give in. The battle of words was instantly set off, and the smell of gunpowder was very strong. Everyone would pay attention to each other's words, demeanor, and try their best to remember each other's words. They wouldn't even let go of each other's expressions when they said these words. In this way, they could guess the opponent's temperament and analyze the opponent's weakness. On the surface, they were all ready to fight, but in fact, each of them had their own thoughts. A group of old fellows narrowed their eyes and looked at the young people making a ruckus over there. Occasionally, they would turn to look at the infinite, boundless mountain, and then turn to look at Purple Cloud City. Their eyes were full of wonder. At this moment, a gust of wind blew, and a pleasant voice said, "Oh, a group of people who got the news so early have actually started fighting now. What an imposing manner. It's a pity that we got the news too late and can only watch the show." The tone was full of ridicule and anger, and it wasn't concealed at all. Old man Zhong Wei's face darkened. He turned to look, only to see figures floating in the air. It was the snow immortal Yang Bo and the others who had come to denounce him. At a glance, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that he really had to deal with this matter today. A moment ago, Chuyang was still relaxed and happy, but now he suddenly felt suffocated, a sudden suffocation. Yes, actually, this wasn't suffocation due to the extreme lack of air, but when he circulated the heaven-splitting divine technique, he actually couldn't absorb any more. The spiritual energy above actually stopped being channeled, and the water spiritual energy below also stopped. As it stopped moving up and down, the other energies, such as the power of the Earth's core and the power of thick earth, actually stopped entering. Originally, he was in that kind of comfortable feeling where his soul was wandering high up in the sky, floating like an immortal. But all of a sudden, the spiritual energy stopped. This kind of feeling was really unbearable. It seemed a little like when he was in the midst of doing something smoothly and was in the mood to reach the peak, he suddenly couldn't and instantly became dispirited. What he felt then, what he felt now was more or less the same. Moreover, there was a kind of swelling feeling all over his body, as if his body was about to explode. Retracting his spiritual energy, Chuyang opened his eyes and withdrew from that wonderful feeling. He faintly felt some regret in his heart, but he didn't know that his crazy absorption just now had caused all kinds of energies to flow in the tribulation space, and the energy of life and death to continuously change. And this water from the Earth's core came. This time, it really caused his big dantian to surge violently at the same time, and all the spiritual energy essence within a radius of thousands of miles was completely absorbed. Even the water spirit force that was hidden deep under the surface of the Earth was completely sucked dry. The death spiritual energy that the sword spirit had sent over previously, but because his dead dantian was already full, had been completely digested. The huge amount of death spiritual energy had actually been completely converted. The greedy Chuyang opened his eyes regretfully and opened his inner vision. Suddenly he stood up abruptly. His hair stood on end. My God, how could this be? Chapter 1858. Even Chu Yang himself was so shocked by his own progress that he couldn't help but shiver. He had been practicing like this for the past few days. He had been progressing steadily, and the energy of life and death was constantly changing. But Chu Yang really didn't expect that just yesterday, when he was still at the halfway point, the energy of life and death in his dantian was almost full. But there was still a long way to go. But today, in just a short 6 hours of practice, his energy of life and death was full at the same time. Now he had reached the peak of the earth level. No, he was at least twice as strong as an ordinary peak of the earth level. He was only one step away from breaking through to the heaven level. This amazing progress made Chu Yang's hair stand on end. How could he improve so fast? His divine consciousness flashed into the space. Just as he opened his eyes, his vision turned black. Is this my tribulation space? How could this be? Is there a great sorrow after great joy? At this moment, the sword spirit hurriedly returned. This wave of energy of life and death. Quick! Suddenly his eyes widened. Oh, Sword Master, are you planning to squander all our resources? Everything else in the space didn't matter, but the most important medicine field was showing signs of dispiritedness. Even the color of the great miracle medicine was slightly dull. It was no longer as vibrant as it used to be. Sir, what did you do? The sword spirit asked in disbelief. How did your cultivation improve so much? I also don't know what's going on. Not long ago, I accidentally entered a super wonderful state. When I came back to my senses, I came back to this state. Chu Yang touched his head. He smiled bitterly. He explained everything. Is it an epiphany? The sword spirit's hair stood on end. But how could you enter such a transcendent state all of a sudden? It doesn't make sense. Epiphany. Chu Yang was stunned. What state is this? What does it mean? As the name suggests, it's an epiphany of the heavenly cycle. The sword spirit said blankly, that's the real comprehension of being one with the heavens. In such a state, no matter how much energy there is around you, it will all be swept away by you. He suddenly felt scared. Fortunately, the water spirit force had dried up first. Because of this, Chu Yang was forced to stop practicing martial arts. Otherwise, if he continued to absorb so crazily without any restraint, he believed that just the energy in the tribulation space alone would cause him to explode. Even if Chu Yang was lucky enough to survive, the calamity space would be destroyed as well. How dangerous! I say, Your Excellency, if you enter this realm again in the future, you must remember that you must not exceed 2 hours. Also, don't use the treasures in the tribulation space. Be careful. The sword spirit muttered. But I think I'm thinking too much. Even a martial saint expert would burn incense to thank the heavens if they were to experience such a state of enlightenment 2 or 3 times in their lifetime. At most, it would only last for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. 30 minutes! Chu Yang cried out involuntarily, but I've maintained it for a whole 6 hours just now. It can't be more or less. The sword spirit suddenly raised his head and felt a wave of dizziness. He almost fell to the ground. What? The sword spirit finished transferring the power of life and death this time. He almost went back in a daze just like that. He only left a sentence for Chu Yang. When the resurrection grass arrives, you must cultivate it immediately. Don't use it first. Remember. Then he walked away in a daze until he was walking on the road. His mind was still in a daze, and he felt like he was dreaming. How could it be? It shouldn't be. It couldn't be, right? He was only at the earth level. He actually had an enlightenment of the heavens. He was only at the earth level. But he actually had an enlightenment of the heavens for 6 hours. What was going on? What was going on? Incomprehensible. 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 The sword spirit walked away in a daze. Chu Yang was not much stronger than the sword spirit. He also seemed to have fallen into a daze, because even he himself didn't know what was going on, although his strength had indeed increased, and it had increased by a considerable amount. The increase in strength this time was filled with fear and trepidation. Enlightenment of the heavens was certainly the fastest way to increase one's strength, but the risk was also something that anyone could bear. If Chu Yang didn't have such a dantian and only had one like ordinary people, then this enlightenment would be enough to kill him. Even if he had 7 or 8 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Now that he thought about it, Chu Yang couldn't help but wipe away his cold sweat. Suddenly, he vaguely thought of something. Enlightenment. Enlightenment. Since it was enlightenment, then it shouldn't be just a simple increase in cultivation, right? Tribulation, sword technique. Chu Yang's heart shook. He vaguely thought of something and pondered. Tribulation, sword technique. Why was it called tribulation, sword technique? It definitely wasn't because of the tribulation, sword master. It definitely wasn't because of the tribulation. Because, in terms of the process, there was the tribulation sword technique first, then the tribulation sword master, then there was the tribulation. This was a very obvious question of sequence. Then, why was the tribulation sword technique called tribulation sword technique? Chu Yang frowned. He vaguely felt that there seemed to be a big secret hidden in this. At this moment, there was a sudden bang. Somewhere not far away, there was a sudden surge of saber energy. 3 rays of saber light were dazzling in the night sky at the same time. A kind of coldness that almost tore his muscles apart instantly attacked Chu Yang. Poof! Duan Tsongkong flew over. There's a fight between saber men not far away. A fight between saber men? Do you know who they are? Chu Yang frowned. It should be the wild thunder saber, giant spirit saber, and lightning snake. Duan Tsongkong's eyes flashed with fanaticism as he looked at the flashing saber light in the sky. He was a little sad and a little envious. Although they were still fighting, they were still in the martial world, but he himself had been out of the martial world for 1,000 years. Don't be so sad. The resurrection grass will arrive in 2 days. Chu Yang said lightly, Butler Duan, with your skills, you don't have to worry. You will be stronger than them. Duan Tsongkong smiled. He was a little sad. I don't dare to have such extravagant hopes anymore. Now, I've already been reborn. It's good enough that I can recover. All these years, although my understanding of saber Dao has become deeper and deeper, but I've never wielded a saber again. The saber has long been gone. During this period of time, Chu Yang had discovered that this Duan Tsongkong was actually quite a trustworthy person. Although his temper was very bad, although his character was somewhat unruly, but after 1,000 years of polishing. However, he had already tempered his originally blade-like temper into an infinitely restrained one. And the biggest advantage was that Duan Tsongkong never went back on his words. So, Chu Yang was already prepared to accept him sincerely. It was no longer just an alliance formed by the exchange of interests. Don't worry, nothing is absolute in this world. Everything is possible. Chu Yang smiled lightly. You're not in good health now. Quickly go and rest. I'll go over and see what's going on over there. Because the saber light kept flashing over there, the battle naturally did not stop. And the battle seemed to be heading towards the Chu clan compound again. But it was not sure if it was blocked by someone or something else. Anyway, it just could not come over. But every time it sprinted, it would always be closer to the Chu clan compound. Chu Yang did not want these 3 guys to really rush over to the Chu clan compound. Just the saber energy alone, the little guys in the compound would not be able to withstand it. They would be injured if they were grazed by it, and die if they touched it. Even a little bit of contact with it might cost their lives. Duan Tsongkong said, in that case, you have to be careful. A hint of sadness flashed in his eyes again. Housekeeper, bodyguard. Logically speaking, He should try his best to protect Chu Yang from harm. But now he could not do anything. It was not that he did not want to, but he did not dare to. His heart was empty, and his strength was not enough. Chu Yang's figure rose, and with a flutter in the air, he disappeared without a trace. Duan Sankong opened his eyes wide in surprise. Now, Chu Yang's body movements, speed, and strangeness were more than one level stronger than yesterday. No, it wasn't just a small increase. It was almost a multiplication. What was going on? Even immortal elixirs would not have such an effect, right? Chu Yang sped all the way, getting closer and closer to the location of the battle. But as he got closer and closer, the oppressive feeling that was full of lethality also became more and more uncomfortable. The reason was very simple. The people in the battle were really too strong. Their saber energy was not only a fatal threat to the children, but also to Chu Yang himself. Even at this moment, when Chu Yang's cultivation had greatly improved, it was still the same. Even if he did not die if he grazed by it, he would be seriously injured if he touched it. Chu Yang, who was at the peak of the earth stage, was not much stronger than the children to these three great sabersmen. The closer he got to the location of the battle, the clearer he could feel the biting cold saber energy flying in all directions. From time to time, after colliding, the saber energy would scatter in all directions like a bomb, cutting the space into pieces of irregular shapes. His destination, a small forest, where the saber energy was flowing freely. While Chu Yang was on full alert, he carefully and quietly approached. Whoosh! Saber light flashed. Chu Yang dodged abruptly, and 7 or 8 saber lights flew past him. Chu Yang suddenly felt a stinging pain on his arm. Looking sideways, he found that there was actually a small wound on his arm. Chu Yang was immediately horrified. He had tried to overestimate the danger of this place, but he did not expect it to be so dangerous. He was at least 1,000 feet away from the battlefield. But even at such a distance, with his current cultivation, he was still injured by a little bit of residual saber energy. Not to mention whether he could block it or not. He had already tried his best to dodge the saber energy, but he was still injured. This was too fucking exaggerated. How could he survive in this place? Chapter 1859. Suddenly, Chu Yang completely understood what Zi Xieching had said before. When experts fight, the whole city nearby will suffer. Chu Yang was aghast and surprised. How powerful are these 3 vague figures that are fighting? However, according to Duan Sankong's deduction, the 3 people fighting here should be Thunder, Frenzied Blade, Giant Spirit Saber, and Lightning Serpent. That day, Grand Elder High of the Soaring Firmament sect berated Lightning Serpent and even challenged him to a battle on the spot. Lightning Serpent did not even dare to say a word, let alone accept the challenge. It was not difficult to determine that Lightning Serpent's cultivation base was definitely not as high as Grand Elder High's. In the past few days of interaction, Elder High was once again inferior to Shuexian. It seemed that the gap between them was not small. Shuexian was admittedly one of the few experts in the dreamlike world pavilion, but that was only on the surface. There were definitely many stronger experts behind her. Above the dreamlike world pavilion, there were still the 1st and 2nd ranked sects in the Heaven sect. Their experts were even more numerous. Counting like this, the excitement of Chu Yang's breakthrough was completely gone. It turned out that he was still an ant. The road ahead was vast, and he still needed to work hard. It was just that it was meaningless to think about such high-end things now. It was better to focus on the present. The 3 people in front of him were already high-level existences that he could not measure. It was better to put aside those high-end things for the time being. Chu Yang stopped thinking and focused on the battle. He looked over and saw, in every blink of an eye, there were at least dozens or hundreds of collisions of sabers and saber energy. And during this period, there were countless punches and kicks. This was no longer a battle between humans, but a battle between demons waving the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Chu Yang was still far away from the battle site, no less than 1,000 feet. The sounds of fighting and talking could only be heard faintly. Bastard! How dare you leave? Stay, busybody. What does it have to do with you? Bah. Why? Why do you have to interfere? Fuck you. Do you think I'm really afraid of you? Come. Me too. Chu Yang was confused. What was going on? The three people were fighting more and more fiercely now. Obviously, they had already lost their temper. He could not get close at all. What could he do? Chu Yang frowned. With a thought, he suddenly disappeared in midair. He stepped into the tribulation space. Of the three people who were fighting, which one of them wasn't paying attention to their surroundings? Of course, he had been paying attention to the commotion here and was surprised to see someone coming. They kept moving closer to where the three of them were fighting, trying to guess who was coming. However, without any warning, the person who was approaching them disappeared without a trace. This shocking change caused the three of them to tremble uncontrollably. What was going on? How could a person disappear into thin air? Even if the person's cultivation is extremely high, even if it is higher than Elder High of the Lingxiao Gate or someone as strong as Shuexian, as long as they leave, we should still be able to sense them. Unless this fellow's cultivation had already reached the legendary Emperor realm. Only those who have reached that level can completely hide from the three of us. But this thought only flashed through his mind. Although he was thinking, his hands did not stop moving. At this moment, the battle was fierce and dangerous. Danger lurked everywhere. Their lives were in danger at every turn. It was impossible to concentrate fully. How could they still care about the danger that they might encounter later? Then, the three people's attention was once again focused on the fierce battle. The only thing they paid attention to was the other two opponents. Fortunately, the three of them were distracted at the same time. If they were the only ones who were distracted, there was a high chance that they would have been chopped into meat paste. Thinking of this, everyone felt a lingering fear. They focused even more and no longer had the time to care about anything else. Chu Yang had already steered the tribulation space and silently arrived above the battle. At this moment, although Chu Yang was in the tribulation space, he could still clearly see the progress of the entire battle. He could even see the expressions on the three people's faces and the twitching of every muscle. But the three of them could not see him. To make an analogy that transcended time, it was like a one-sided glass in a police interrogation room. Chu Yang was on the observable side, and the other three were on the observable side. Moreover, Chu Yang's tribulation space was obviously of a higher level. Not only was it one-sided, it could simply sense and move at will in all directions. Chu Yang looked at it and felt very relaxed. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. He simply wanted to slap himself a few times. It seemed that he had this function a long time ago. Such a heaven-defying and useful function, but he had never discovered it before. If he had known this earlier, how many powerful enemies could he have killed with such a silent sneak attack? This was clearly a peerless and unparalleled assassination technique. But on second thought, it seemed that before he had obtained the 8th fragment of the Tribulation Sword, only his divine spirit could enter the tribulation space. Moreover, after he obtained it, there were not many fighters. Naturally, it was difficult for him to discover it in depth. Now that he had discovered it, it was too late. He immediately felt relieved. Now that Chu Yang had a wide field of vision, it was no different from watching the battle at close range. Although the three people's movement speed was astonishing, far beyond Chu Yang's current knowledge, he could still barely distinguish their appearances. Among the three people fighting in front of him, Chu Yang knew 2 of them. It could even be said that he had some dealings with them. As for the third person, although he did not officially know him, he knew who he was. The person in the lead was burly with a curly beard. His eyes were fierce like lightning. The saber in his hand was the saint-level saber that he had just auctioned off. This person was undoubtedly the owner of the saber that day, Thunder Wild Saber. The other burly man was Giant Spirit Saber, who had also participated in the auction that day. As for the last person, he was the most agile. His figure was as ethereal as smoke, unpredictable, and mixed with a kind of gloomy smell. He was definitely Lightning Snake, who had made a sound on the day of the auction, but did not show his figure. The three great saber artists were gathered here. Unlike the money fight in the auction house, this was a martial fight that turned the sky and the earth upside down. At this moment, Lightning Snake was shouting in exasperation, "If you say that Thunder Wild Saber attacked me, it's fine. We already had a grudge against each other. Moreover, that little one had done him a little favor. But Giant Spirit Saber, why are you doing this? What does this have to do with you? Why are you blindly joining in?" Giant Spirit Saber laughed. "Smelly Longworm, you're right. There's nothing to do with me here. But I'm old and my hands are itchy. I can't help but want to join in when I see you guys fighting. What's wrong?" As he said this, he suddenly chopped his saber towards Lightning Snake. Lightning Snake dodged and blocked. Giant Spirit Saber's saber had changed direction in an instant and chopped towards Thunder Wild Saber. Thunder Wild Saber shouted and blocked with his saber. The two people chopped at each other without any tricks. Then their bodies flew away. While flying, they each sent out a saber attack towards Lightning Snake. Lightning Snake was mad with anger. He cursed loudly. "Damn Thunder Wild Saber. Is that Chuyang your godfather? Didn't he just say a few words for you at the auction? Is there really such a big friendship between us? Didn't you also give him 50,000 Purple Cloud coins for free? Isn't that enough to repay the friendship between us? You're risking your life for this. Are you stupid?" Thunder Wild Saber laughed like thunder. "Even if it's not for this friendship, I won't let you off easily just because you maliciously raised my price that day. Smelly Longworm, today, you're destined to become a dead long worm." "Phut!" Lightning Snake cursed angrily. Then he hurriedly blocked the joint attack of the two people. The situation of the battle was extremely strange. Every time Lightning Snake was about to be unable to hold on, Giant Spirit Saber would turn to attack Thunder Wild Saber fiercely, giving Lightning Snake a chance to breathe. The situation of the battle would instantly change into Lightning Snake and Giant Spirit Saber attacking Thunder Wild Saber together. But as soon as Lightning Snake recovered, Giant Spirit Saber would turn to attack Lightning Snake together with Thunder Wild Saber. However, most of the time, the three of them were fighting on their own. In any case, it was a chaotic battle where one couldn't figure out what was going on. After a while, Chuyang finally understood. Wild Thunder Saber and Lightning Snake are the real opponents who are fighting with their lives on the line. As for that Giant Spirit Saber, he's purely here to cause trouble. Moreover, he's the kind of bastard who harms others without benefiting himself. He clearly doesn't want the battle to end early, so he wants it to continue like this. What kind of person was this? Giant Spirit Saber. Lightning Snake yelled eerily, "If you don't back off, don't blame me for using my killer move. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. I advise my ass. It's more fun when it's chaotic." Giant Spirit Saber laughed wildly. It's rare that the three Sabermen of similar strength have such an opportunity. How can such a battle be without me? His words made the other two smile bitterly at each other. Yes, in this world, there were definitely many people whose saber cultivation was higher than theirs. However, in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, there were no more than 50 people whose strength was so close to theirs. 50 people seemed to be a lot, but in the vast crowd of Heaven Imperial Court, which had a population of over 100 billion, it was unusually small. For some people, even if they were experts like the three of them, even if they deliberately searched for each other, even if they had a long lifespan, but the biggest possibility was still that they would never meet each other. This was fate. Under such circumstances, it was really rare to find an opponent who was on par with you. No wonder Giant Spirit Saber was so excited. He didn't hesitate to lower his status and try his best to continue this strange battle, just to fight to his heart's content. Lightning Snake was so angry that his hair stood on end. I'm going to kill people. Kill people. Come and kill me. The other two roared together. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 1860. Chu Yang watched the battle with great interest. At the same time, he analyzed in his heart. This lightning snake seems to be here to kill me, and that thunder wild saber is here to stop him. And giant spirit saber is purely someone who wants to see the world plunged into chaos. But it had to be said that the fighting styles of these three people were different. But their understanding of the way of the saber was different. Although he only watched the battle for a short while and didn't see it very clearly, he already felt that he had benefited a lot. The only thing he didn't understand was, isn't this lightning snake a little too narrow-minded? Just because I said that I stopped him from casually bidding that day, he actually wants to kill me? This is too arrogant. Daring to harm me, aren't you afraid of death? Don't you know that the Iron Blood Alliance was destroyed because of one of them who wanted to kill me? Well, it seemed that not many people knew about this. In fact, the destruction of the Iron Blood Alliance wasn't a secret to the higher-ups of the Eastern Royal Heavens. But to the lower-level martial artists, it was still a big secret. At this moment, the sinister and thin lightning snake suddenly looked up to the sky and roared. Countless saber energy gushed out from his body and from his saber. He roared angrily. Since that's the case, then you can go to hell. His thin and weak body suddenly lit up. Countless sharp saber auras instantly condensed into solid objects and flew out in waves. But his body fell into a state of stillness. Only the long saber in his hand became brighter and brighter like a light, more and more dazzling. Facing such power, Thunder Wild Saber and Giant Spirit Saber quickly took a step back. They knew that the lightning snake was probably going to go all out. Everyone's heart was on high alert. A loud roar. Chu Yang focused all his attention and looked over. Around the lightning snake, thousands of saber energy like snakes suddenly broke out of his body. They were like huge pythons that could swallow heaven and earth, pouncing on the two opposite lightning snakes. All the saber energy, with a strange speed that was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, they gradually approached from different angles. They were actually clearly layered in the landing point of each saber energy. They were still unpredictable. The only thing that could be confirmed was that they were all landing on the fatal parts of the two opposite lightning snakes. What an exquisite saber! Chu Yang's eyes lit up as he watched. If it wasn't for his standpoint, Chu Yang would have liked to praise this saber move out loud. How great would it be if Dong Wushang could see this saber strike, or rather this battle? The benefits to him would be the greatest. The two people opposite him roared at the same time. Myriad snakes devouring the heavens. This was the lightning snake's desperate move, and it was also his strongest killing move. The two of them had never thought of it before. This guy was actually forced to such a state by him. The two of them fought back and forth in high spirits. Only when the lightning snake couldn't hold on any longer. The two of them had only exchanged a few blows, so most of the pressure in the battle was borne by the lightning snake. How could the lightning snake not be enraged by this outcome? The two of you are relaxed, but it was a 1 versus 2 fight. Only when the old man can no longer fight will you give him a chance to catch his breath. Wait until you're old and energetic, then continue to fight. How can you bully people like this? Are you playing dumb? Since you want to play, I'll play with you until the end. Let's see who dies. With the fierce move coming, the thunderclap wild saber and the giant spirit saber naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. They immediately counterattacked with corresponding moves. Sharp saber energy shot out from the bodies and sabers of the two people opposite them, heading towards the lightning snake side. The speed had obviously reached an unimaginable level. But in the eyes of others, it was incomparably slow, extremely slow. Chu Yang looked at the scene nervously. He knew that the outcome of the battle between the three of them would be completely decided after this move. It seemed slow, but it was actually fast. Boom! 3 equally sharp saber lights at the same time launched the fiercest collision in the most central area. At the same time, the three of them roared at the same time. The long sabers in their hands slashed out countless times at this moment. The whole world was suddenly filled with crisscrossing saber lights. Looking from afar, one could see that a bright and colorful lightning ball had completely exploded here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Puff, puff, puff. Countless saber energy could no longer be perfectly controlled and flew out in all directions. The small forest where the battle took place could be considered to have suffered a calamity. Almost all the trees in that instant were completely turned into powdery sawdust, fluttering in the air. Puff, puff, puff. Along with the dull sound, 3 muffled groans sounded at the same time. In just a moment, the smoke and dust that filled the air dispersed. In 3 directions, the 3 of them stood there with bent backs, holding their long sabers in their hands. Blood slowly seeped out from countless places on their bodies, but each of them fiercely raised their heads, their eyes fixed on their opponents. See who exactly it was fall down first. Dust began to fall from the sky, fluttering in the air, as if it was snowing heavily. After a long time, puff! The thin and weak body of the lightning snake was the first to sway. There were at least 70 to 80 saber wounds on his body. But what really made him unable to stand was the saber wound on his knee. It was a wound so deep that the bone could be seen. Forcefully suppressing it, forcefully supporting it, there was a limit. Once he couldn't suppress it, blood spurted out like a fountain. His body shook violently, and he clenched his teeth to force himself not to fall down. But his body shook more and more violently. Finally, he sighed and sat down on the ground. As his posture changed, his legs curled up. At the same time, blood spurted out from his knee. His white bones were completely visible, flickering with a cruel radiance. Although the lightning snake made the first move and took the initiative, the opponent was still 2 people working together. Furthermore, any one of them had true strength that wasn't inferior to the lightning snake himself. How could he not be defeated when fighting 1 against 2? But the injuries of the other 2 weren't much better. On the opposite side, the burly body of the Thunder Wild Saber was like a blood hedgehog. His body constantly emitted blood-colored thin lines, and hundreds of thin lines crisscrossed. On the other side, the giant Spirit Saber wasn't any better. There weren't many wounds on his body, but 2 of his ribs were broken, and one of his shoulders was almost broken almost at the same time. The 2 of them sat down on the ground at the same time. It was a situation where all 3 of them were defeated and injured. A pool of blood slowly spread out from under the 3 of them. The 3 of them felt a burst of intense dizziness in their heads at the same time. This was a symptom of excessive blood loss. There was a possibility of dizziness. This kind of injury wasn't necessarily fatal, but even the most brilliant experts couldn't avoid this kind of symptom. He shook his head hard, trying to sober himself up, but he inadvertently touched the wound on his neck. The Thunder Wild Saber groaned in pain and cursed. "Damn long worm! Damn you! Do you have to risk your life like this?" The giant Spirit Saber gasped for breath and smiled bitterly. "Is this damn long worm crazy?" As the 2 of them spoke, they took out pills from their pockets and consumed them. They were all desperados, so how could they not have some life-saving pills? Bullshit. The lightning snake trembled and took out a medicine bottle from his pocket. He raised his neck and swallowed a dozen pills in the bottle. He gasped and said, "You 2 are shameless. 2 against 1. If you don't risk your life, can you do it?" "Of course you can if you risk your life." The giant Spirit Saber smiled bitterly, "But look at us now. We can't move at all. Any profound or spirit level would be able to take our lives. If we were to die like this, we would die like this. I'll curse you even if I go to hell." The lightning snake glared. Then he softened and said, "How can there be such a coincidence?" The Thunder Wild Saber said angrily, "There are always unexpected things in this world. What if there really is such a coincidence? The lightning snake said angrily, "Even if we fail miserably, I won't die. I'm not the only one who died. Let's go together." The two of them were silent. They prayed in their hearts, "Please don't let anyone come at this time." In this world, what we fear will happen. Nothing is impossible. Just as the three of them were praying, an old voice spoke softly, "Who destroyed my little forest?" The hair of the three of them stood on end. This voice came out of nowhere. It was faintly discernible, as if someone had suddenly spoken in the void. Even with the cultivation of these three people, they hadn't noticed when this person had arrived. No, it should be said that they hadn't noticed until now. Where was this person? Judging from the voice, that person should be close by, but they couldn't see him. Did they see a ghost? Such a reality made the three of them feel a chill in their hearts. They only felt a chill down their spines, and waves of cold sweat came out. At this time, even if it was just a human-level expert, he could slaughter the three of them. But they didn't expect such a terrifying opponent to come. Moreover, from the tone of this person's voice, the grove where the three of them were fighting actually belonged to this person. Damn it! Was there anything more tragic than this? They reluctantly turned their heads and looked around. They couldn't help but want to cry, "My God, where is the grove now? Even the roots are gone. This is going to kill me. Sigh." The old man sighed in the air. "Since I vowed not to be involved in worldly affairs, I have lived here in seclusion. It has been tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect that 300 years ago I would plant this grove on a whim to add some scenery. I didn't expect it to be destroyed by the three of you today. What a pity for my grove! What a pity for my elixirs! Tens of thousands of years of hard work, destroyed in one day." The voice sighed again and again, his voice full of infinite melancholy. "It's over. This grove was actually planted by this expert himself. The meaning was even more different. Not to mention the elixirs that were planted tens of thousands of years ago. Woo, I'm dead. I'm definitely dead this time." Chapter 1861. The three of them were completely suspicious of the senior's words. Just based on his ability to speak from nothingness, the three of them probably wouldn't be able to do it even if they cultivated for another 30 to 50,000 years. Was there a need for him to lie to the three of them? Not to mention that he had such a good excuse. Even if he did not have an excuse, he just did not like them. Wasn't that also a good reason? That, Senior. Thunder, Frenzy, Blade stammered, "This matter? We really didn't think of it." BR, once he heard that he had lived in seclusion for tens of thousands of years, he must be a senior. Maybe he was a senior's senior. Did not expect this, forget it. Everything is destined. I don't blame you for not knowing. Since it's destroyed, then let it be. The person in the air laughed. The three of them could feel that this sentence was said beside their ears. They could even feel the heat from the other party's breath. But they could not see him at all. They could not help but feel their hair stand on end. They were almost scared to death. Even if their bodies were fine, they would not dare to move at this moment, but the three of them were more or less relieved. A senior was indeed a senior. He did not get angry and kill ZJ immediately. If not, how could he be a senior? There was still room for negotiation. Not blaming you is one thing, but you have destroyed my forest. You should at least give me an explanation, right? The voice said, Yes, we will definitely compensate you." The three of them were overjoyed. Compensation? Isn't this Renji? Yes. Since you are willing to compensate, then let's talk about the compensation. Let's not talk about the compensation. Although they are all 10,000 years old, they're not worth it. It's just that this forest has been with me for hundreds of years, so I'm a little reluctant to part with it. Since you didn't do it on purpose, I won't make things difficult for you. The three of you shouldn't leave for the time being. Stay here and help me replant trees. You just need to plant the trees until they are as big as this forest. It's not too long. 500 years will pass in the blink of an eye. The old voice replied indifferently, This old man is still in a good mood. I won't kill your entire family. Plant trees for 500 years? The three of them looked at each other. All we did was chop down a few trees. Why do we have to make 3 swordsmen at the peak of the saint level work here as slaves for 500 years? This price is too high, isn't it? Besides, if we plant trees here for 500 years, the flowers will be cold by then. We still have other things to do. Senior, please make an exception. The 3 of them pleaded together. The old voice said, since I'm an old man, if you want to make an exception, I can do it, but I'm afraid you won't be willing. The 3 of them nodded profusely. Yes, of course he was willing. As long as we don't plant trees, it's fine. Yes, since that's the case, help me do something else. As the old voice spoke, a jade bottle fell from the sky with a pata sound. There are 3 pills in the jade bottle that can heal your injuries. Consume it, the old voice said. The 3 of them looked at each other in dismay. Looking at the jade bottle that was right in front of them, none of them stretched out their hands. The old voice sighed. Look at your useless faces. With your current state, do I need to poison you to kill you? This old man can kill you with a puff, whether you are injured or not. Does it make a difference to me? The 3 of them trembled in fear. That's right. If he wants to kill us, he doesn't even need to lift a finger. Just a puff is enough, and he wants to poison us? Thunder Frenzied Blade was the first to pick up the jade bottle and opened it forcefully. The 3 of them sniffed at the same time. It's too fragrant. Just by smelling this fragrance, they felt comfortable all over. It was as if their injuries were alleviated. What kind of miraculous medicine is this? Zhu Ling Dao couldn't help but stretch out his hand and say, I'll take one first. With such a miraculous effect, even if it's poison, I'll accept it. As he said that, he snatched one and swallowed it. Immediately, Run's eyes widened. He wasn't the only one who widened his eyes. Lightning Snake and Thunder Frenzied Blade's eyes also widened because in less than 2 breaths after consuming it, Zhu Lingdao's face was no longer ugly. There was even a faint blush on his face. White smoke was rising from his head. The heavy injuries on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The damaged muscles and tendons were also wriggling as though they had their own lives. They reconnected on their own and were surrounded by the regenerated muscles. Then the surface of the skin was regenerated in just a few moments. His skin was as clean as new. Zhu Ling Dao looked at the changes on ZJ's body. He opened his mouth wide and mumbled, What the hell is going on? Even the old injuries from 3 years ago are gone. Give me one now. Lightning Snake urged angrily. Gulp. Thunder Frenzied Blade swallowed one first. He rolled his eyes and said, Why should I give it to you first? I'll take one first to test its effects. After I'm sure it's not poisonous, I'll give it to you. I'm doing this for your own good. You bastard. Lightning Snake was so angry that he almost fainted. How can it be poisonous when you're already in this state? My injuries are the most serious after a long, long time. The 3 of them stood there in a daze. They looked at all the external injuries on ZJ's body. Just a moment ago, they were still unbearably horrifying. Now, his skin was as smooth and tender as a freshly peeled egg. There were no traces of lewdness. Pooey! It's not that they couldn't be seen, but they were completely healed. Even his heavy internal injuries had recovered by at least 30% in that instant. Is this a fucking medicine? The effects of this medicine are simply heaven-defying. The 3 of them were a little confused. Firstly, it was because of the miraculous effects of the medicine. They had never seen such a miraculous medicine in their lives. Secondly, it was because they had received such a huge favor for no reason. Furthermore, they had offended the other party first, destroyed his forest, and even many, tens of thousands of years old, elixirs, yet the other party was so magnanimous that he didn't say anything when he asked them to do anything. First, he gave them elixirs and elixirs, They really owed him a huge favor. The three of them were stunned for a long time before they remembered to thank him. However, they were confused again. The other party had not said a word since he threw the medicine at them. "Senior, are you still there?" Thunder, Frenzied Blade, asked cautiously. "These are fucking words. This old man has always been here. It's just that your cultivation is too weak to notice. Don't you need me to protect you while you heal?" The old voices, words, made the three of them shed tears of gratitude. No wonder they didn't even see a bug earlier. So it was this powerful existence who was protecting them. "May I ask what Senior wants us to do for you? As long as it's within our abilities, we will definitely do it." Lightning Snake asked respectfully. "Actually, it's nothing much. The elixirs are a small matter. If they're gone, we can just plant them again. Although this old man has some feelings for this forest, it's still a forest. After all, it's just a forest. How can I make things difficult for the three of you? Sigh. If they're gone, so be it." The old voice sighed with a hint of melancholy. After saying this, there was a moment of silence. The three of them felt extremely guilty and couldn't say anything. The forest was worthless, but he had personally planted it. He had protected it for hundreds of years. How much effort, energy, and feelings did he have for it? But it was destroyed by ZJ's blade. There were also those elixirs that were tens of thousands of years old. The three of them didn't doubt it at all. If those elixirs weren't made from tens of thousands of years old elixirs, how could they have such amazing effects? Sigh. Damn it. Since you have the heart to compensate, this old man won't reject you. It's just that this old man doesn't need you for anything. And how about this? I have a junior in this Purple Cloud City. His strength is still weak. Now that Purple Cloud City is in turmoil, this old man doesn't have the patience to look after him every day. If you have the heart, then go over and help me take care of him. If you're unwilling or inconvenient, this old man won't force you." The old voice had a hint of melancholy. "Senior, may I know the name of this junior?" Lightning Snake gritted his teeth and asked. At this moment he made up his mind. Since he had received such a favor and owed such a big favor, he had to take good care of this junior, no matter what. And his name is Chuyang. It's very easy to find him. The current owner of the Heavenly Armament Auction Hall is him. That little one is too weak, too young, and doesn't know much. The old voice sighed and muttered. Young people nowadays can only truly grow up and become sensible. However, the Lightning Snake was stunned. What? Chuyang? The owner of the auction hall? The one that ZJ was clamoring to kill just now? In an instant, Lightning Snake only felt that ZJ's face was on fire. This time he was really embarrassed to death. Then there was fear, real fear. ZJ seemed to be too lucky. Rugwa didn't fight to the death with those two. If this senior had known ZJ's original intention, ZJ would have died 800 times already. How fortunate! On the other side, Thunder Manic Blade and Giant Spirit Blade both began to chuckle, their bellies filled with schadenfreude. And this junior of mine doesn't know about this old man's existence. The old man laughed self-deprecatingly. All right, let's do it this way. If the three of you have the heart, please help this old man. If not, then forget it. He sighed and said, This old man will take his leave. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew. Senior! Senior! The three of them shouted at the same time, but they couldn't hear the old voice anymore. At this moment, it was as if that mysterious old man had walked to the ends of the earth. The three of them felt melancholy in their hearts. How could such a senior of the pugilistic world not be respected? Such poise, such character, such elegance, although they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. But this formless magnanimity had completely convinced the three of them. I've decided. Lightning Snake's voice was still eerie, but he said seriously, I'll go find Chuyang now, and stay by his side. Protect him. Chapter 1862. With that, he turned around and left, saying, I know you too don't like me. It's good that I'm not here. You can go do your own things. As long as you don't come to Zisha City in the future. You definitely won't see me. Nonsense. Thunder, Frenzied Blade, cursed angrily. Lightning Snake, are you the only one who knows how to repay kindness? Are we all despicable villains who don't know what's good for us? Giant Spirit Saber was furious. Lightning Snake, you want to go alone? In your dreams. The three of them stepped out at the same time. Suddenly, Thunder Frenzied Blade asked, Well, we can guard that little one like this, but how long do we have to guard? The ability to protect oneself wasn't something that could be easily defined. Who knew when this Gongzi would have the ability to protect himself? Aren't we chaining ourselves here? The corners of the Lightning Snake and the Giant Spirit Blade's mouths revealed a mocking smile. Chaining ourselves here? What a joke! Such a good thing. Others didn't have such an opportunity, even if they wanted to be chained. It's fine if you don't go. Didn't you hear the seniors say that it's up to you? It shouldn't be difficult for the two of us to do this. Lightning Snake and Giant Spirit Saber said in unison, You go do your thing. Don't go. Let's go. Thunder Frenzied Blade immediately ran to catch up. Wait for me, I'll go too. He caught up and said breathlessly, You two bastards are really not friends. If this task was completed well, with this senior's unfathomable cultivation, how could he not receive benefits? You actually want to take it all for yourself. Haha, it turns out that you're not stupid. The two laughed together, not to mention other benefits. Even if it was just the elixir that was casually rewarded just now, it was equivalent to having one more life. What other benefits did they want? Humph. Thunder Frenzied Blade strode to catch up. Let's go quickly. This task must be done well. Not only must it be done well, but it must be done beautifully. Okay, I'll also pull my subordinates over. It's more or less more powerful. You're right. I'll do the same. I'm a lone assassin. I don't have many subordinates. However, I'm definitely better than the two of you when it comes to personal shadow protection. The Lightning Snake said faintly. The three of them discussed as they rushed towards Chu Yang's Chu clan's courtyard. The three of them were rivals and equally famous. They were constantly competing against each other, but they also appreciated each other's talents. However, they also hindered each other. Of course, at this moment, no one would fall behind, and no one would admit defeat. Chu Yang, dressed in black, hurriedly returned to the Chu clan's courtyard. Although he could control his movements in the tribulation space, his movement speed was not as fast as under normal circumstances. Since there was no danger at the moment, he naturally returned in the normal way. When he thought of his trick just now, he felt that he had reached the point of being invulnerable. It was simply too brilliant. He believed that even the best play could not be better than this. Ha ha ha! Minister Chu was in a good mood. When he returned to the Chu clan's courtyard, the Lightning Snake and the others had already been there for a long time. What kind of speed was that? It was naturally not something a certain king of hell could compare to. Even if he ran at full speed, he was still far behind. At this moment, he was arranged by Tai Batian to wait in the living room. Sneaky Cat accompanied him at the side. It had to be said that Sneaky Cat's cultivation level was not much compared to these people. However, for receiving guests, it was still remarkable. Its plump and round body sat peacefully in the chair. Its face was full of smiles, and it seemed to be somewhat reserved. At the same time, it made people feel a sense of familiarity, but at the same time, it also made people feel a sense of distance. Even Tai Batian couldn't help but admire Sneaky Cat a little. This Sneaky Cat was really talented. Of course, it would be better if it was smarter and not so stupid. The three of you, please have some tea. Sneaky Cat raised his cup and invited them. Our manor lord will be back soon. The auction hall is a little busy these few days. Please forgive us if we don't receive you well. Meow. No hurry. Thunder Wild Blade laughed heartily. There's no harm in waiting a little longer. Well, thank you for your generosity. But I wonder why the three of you are looking for our Manor Lord Chu? Is it convenient for you to tell us? Sneaky Cat smiled indifferently and stood up with the teapot in his hand to refill the tea. The reason? Actually, it's nothing. The three of us have been wandering in the martial world for too long, and we want to find a place to settle down. We know that Manor Lord Chu is virtuous, wise, generous, and righteous, so we specially came to seek shelter. We hope that Manor Lord Chu can give us a meal. Thunder Wild Blade smiled. Since they had decided to stay, of course, they had to give a reason. Although this reason was a little ridiculous, it was still better to say it modestly so that it would be more convenient for them to get along in the future. Well, what you said is reasonable. Who in the entire Purple Cloud City doesn't know about Manor Lord Chu's benevolence and righteousness? What did you say? Seek shelter? Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Sneaky Cat's hand that was holding the teapot suddenly froze in the air. He stared at the three saber saints in front of him with wide eyes and suddenly spoke incoherently. Obviously, he was shocked by Thunderbolt Frenzied Blade's last line. Teacher Cat's mind instantly went blank. Why do I feel like I'm crazy? Or am I hallucinating? How can these three people in front of me say such words? This is too inconceivable, too unimaginable, right? Fishy Guy widened his eyes in confusion and shook his head. Just now, it seems that I might have heard that the three Saber Saints at the pinnacle level are going to join Chuyong. Oh my god, this is simply a big joke. And they actually said they would give us a meal? Fuck you. Something fishy suddenly stopped, but his hand was still holding the teapot. He continued to unconsciously pour the tea, and the boiling hot tea naturally continued to pour out, but it deviated from its original direction. Therefore, the boiling hot tea poured down onto the lightning snake's thigh. Cough! The lightning snake frowned. Before the boiling water touched him, he moved his thigh away. Hey, wake up! I said, stop dreaming there. Fortunately, I'm quite agile. Otherwise, I would have been cooked by you. Are you trying to buy someone's life? This was the current lightning snake. If it was the past lightning snake, even if he knew that Sneaky Cat didn't do it on purpose, he would still give Teacher Cat a good lesson. Ah, you meow. Ah, you meow. Sneaky Cat was flustered for a moment. He quickly put the teapot aside to wipe it, but just as he let go, the teapot fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. It turned out that he missed. Behind the screen, Tai Butian covered her face. This is so embarrassing. Brother Cat, it doesn't matter if you go out and embarrass yourself. That's only embarrassing your cat clan. But now, you're embarrassing our Chu clan. Sneaky Cat waved his sleeves in a flurry and swept the teapot away. Then he pretended to be calm. I just heard that you want to seek shelter with us. Not you. We want to seek shelter with Chuyong. The lightning snake looked at this lazy cat with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. The more he looked, the more he felt that this guy was a little silly. Not only did he not do his job well, he couldn't speak clearly, and his hearing was also abnormal. Even his comprehension ability was problematic. Look at this guy's big head and thick neck. His 3 whiskers. One look and you can tell that he's the kind of person who doesn't have a bright brain. Forget it. He couldn't possibly lower himself to this kind of person's level. He really had a asterisk hole to say. Seek shelter with Chuyong. You're here to seek shelter with Chuyong and make a living. Sneaky Cat repeated mechanically. The 3 of them became more and more dissatisfied. This guy was a little too arrogant. It was true that they were here to seek shelter, but there was a reason for that. Was there a need to repeat it over and over again? It seemed that seeking shelter with an ant was always a bad thing. The 3 of them still cared more about their reputation. At this moment, a loud laugh came from outside the door. Brother Cat, what's wrong? Are there guests visiting? Sneaky Cat jumped out as if he had been granted amnesty. Isn't that so? Let me tell you, those who come are all important guests. They have been waiting for you for a long time. This cat is a little dizzy now. You take care of the rest." Chuyang smiled and walked in. Sneaky Cat lowered his head and followed behind him. "The three of you are?" Chuyang's face was full of confusion. It seemed that there was even a faint hint of fear. Chuyang was very talented in acting. This act was quite on point. "I'm Thunder Wildblade. I had the chance to meet Villa Master Chu at the auction that day. I thank Villa Master Chu again for his generosity and straightforwardness that day, resolving the dispute between me and my friend." The three of them stood up at the same time and introduced themselves. Their attitudes were very respectful. Thunder Wildblade was the one who had the closest relationship with Chuyang among the three. Naturally, he was the first to speak. "I'm Lightning Snake. Cough, cough. I also showed my face at the auction that day. Cough, cough. I also spoke." If Thunder Wildblade didn't speak up to help him smooth things over, Lightning Snake really didn't know how he would greet Chuyang. After all, the two of them had a little conflict before. "I'm Giant Spirit Blade." That day, Giant Spirit Blade had the least interaction with Chuyang. He was the last to greet him. I remember. Chuyang pretended to be suddenly enlightened and went forward intimately. "Why have the three seniors come here? It's really an honor. Come, serve tea. The purpose of our visit this time is to seek refuge with Villa Master Chu. We hope that Villa Master Chu will take us in." The three of them said at the same time. After they finished speaking, they raised their heads to look at Chuyang's expression. They thought to themselves, "Is this guy also shocked? Seek refuge with me?" Chuyang was stunned. The three seniors aren't joking. Since the matter had become a foregone conclusion, of course they had to fight. Besides, at the very least, they still had to go through the motions. "It's true. We're not joking," Lightning Snake emphasized. His sinister voice still made people panic. Chuyang frowned. "It's naturally my honor that the three seniors think so highly of me. Unfortunately, my temple is too small. I'm afraid it can't support 3 big bodhisattvas." Chapter 1863. The three of us really want to seek refuge with Manor Lord. Manor Lord Chu is a young hero. Why must you reject us? Wild Thunderblade said, "Manor Lord Chu does not need to worry. Since we have come to seek refuge with Manor Lord, there's no need for Manor Lord to treat us as seniors. If there is anything you need us to do, please do not hesitate to ask. We will not interfere in any of the matters of the Chu residents. Everything will be done according to Manor Lord Chu's orders. Manor Lord Chu can arrange as you wish." Originally from Chuyang pondered. The three of them understood Chuyang's hesitation very well. Suddenly, 3 saint-level experts had come to seek refuge from an ant. Their words were so sincere and their actions were so humble. Anyone who had the slightest bit of scheming would hesitate. They would doubt the motives of these 3 people. If they didn't doubt them at all and happily accepted them, then that would be unreasonable. The 3 of them were anxious in their hearts. They were afraid that Chuyang would have doubts and wouldn't dare to accept them. So they repeatedly explained that they didn't have any enemies and wouldn't bring any trouble to Chuyang. In short, there was no harm in accepting them. But they did not know that after this series of explanations, they had already completely lost the initiative on their side. They were meat on someone's chopping block. In the end, they did not even have the right to raise any conditions. In the end, Chuyang was very hesitant and reluctantly agreed. He accepted the 3 sword saints to be the protectors of the Chu clan courtyard. They would only take orders from Manor Lord Chuyang. When Chuyang was not around, they would be under the control of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion Master and Mistress Tai Butian's orders. Other than that, they were completely free. As for the mysterious Heavenly Armament Pavilion Master, Chuyang only vaguely explained that he was a mysterious senior expert, and so on. He was often elusive, and so on. Lightning Serpent and the other two, who hadn't even become consecrators, naturally believed that this mysterious senior expert must be some expert that the mysterious senior had arranged before. It was even possible that he was that senior himself. Once they thought of this, they immediately understood. The three of them were not only not displeased with such an arrangement, they even felt a little excited. Thus, both sides were happy and reached a consensus. Fishy, who was watching from the side, was completely petrified. What was going on? Since when were sword saints so worthless? Let's not talk about begging to be taken in by Chu Yang. Moreover, the conditions that Chu Yang had proposed were extremely harsh. Yet, Chu Yang had happily accepted them. Are these people crazy? Did water get into his brain? Or was he confused by the fever? Fishy stood up while holding his forehead. He didn't know what was going on with the Lightning Serpent and the other two for the time being. In any case, his brain seemed to have gone haywire. He couldn't accept the things that were happening right now. He walked out in a daze. As he walked, he muttered, "What's going on? What the hell is going on? Oh heavens, this world is going crazy. The weasel race is going to marry the cat race as a bride." Even the wise and far-sighted Tai Butian couldn't figure out what was going on. Reality was really too strange. It was so strange that it was hard to describe. That night, why do I still feel that today's matter is a little strange? Tai Butian said softly, "It's not strange, it's not strange." Chu Yang said calmly, "You only need to know that these three people are sincerely asking to be taken in. They can be completely trusted. Okay, that's enough." Tai Butian's bright and beautiful eyes turned. Is this your doing again? Why is it my doing again? Why do I have to use again? Chu Yang didn't say anything else. He just smiled and his large hands wandered all over Tai Butian's body. He murmured, "Your Majesty, let's not worry about these national affairs for now. It's still too far away. Let me feel which part of your Majesty's body is the smoothest." Tai Butian let out a moan. Cough, I'm lazy. Millions of words have been omitted here. The next day, Chu Yang was quietly cultivating under a flowering tree somewhere in the Chu clan's courtyard. Since dawn, he had been sitting here, facing the east and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although he did not enter the heavenly spirit epiphany realm this time, the spiritual chi essence within a radius of 1,000 miles still swept over. If others wanted to cultivate, they could only sigh and sigh helplessly. As he cultivated, Chu Yang only felt that the Niwen palace on top of his head was beating nonstop. Gradually, he felt a little uneasy. Then he stopped. Chu Yang understood the principle of more haste, less speed. The current situation was obviously a sign of a breakthrough. However, although his dantian was full now, the advancement this time was really too fast. His foundation was unavoidably not stable. If he immediately broke through to the heaven stage, it might affect his body instead. This hurried foundation would be completely ruined, and he might even lose the chance to stabilize it again. "Manor Lord, are you cultivating?" A soft and feminine voice sounded. The person who came was Lightning Snake. Last night, the three of them didn't introduce their cultivation level. However, Chu Yang knew that the lowest of the three was at the peak of the saint stage. This level of cultivation, although not comparable to Snow Immortal or Elder High, could already be considered top-notch. "Brother Snake, you're up so early. You must be cultivating too?" Chu Yang stood up. No. It's just that seeing Manor Lord cultivate, I'm a little itchy. Why don't I spar with you?" Lightning Snake's feminine voice was a little cautious. He said, "Manor Lord's cultivation progress is very fast, but your foundation seems to be a little unstable." "I'm afraid." Chu Yang's eyes lit up. "Brother Snake, you're really sharp. In that case, please give me some advice." Lightning Snake smiled cheerfully. "Not at all. We're just exchanging pointers." Lightning Snake said this, not to be modest. He knew that although the person in front of him looked like an ant, the person in front of him was actually very powerful. If he could seize the opportunity to curry favor with him, it would be his own advantage. Chu Yang walked out slowly. As he walked, he smiled and said, "Oh, right. Since the three of you are here, why don't you reveal your true identities? You're not even willing to reveal your names. This is something that I really don't understand. Now that we're all on the same side, why can't you speak frankly?" Lightning Snake's face stiffened. He said softly, "This has a lot of difficulties." "Difficulties? I wonder what kind of difficulties?" Chu Yang asked. "Once, the three of us roamed the Jianghu together. At that time, the three of us roamed the world freely." Lightning Snake's words explained the origin of the three great sabersmen. However, 700 years ago, the three of us met the limitless, invincible saber. The origin of everything began on that day. Limitless, invincible saber. Chu Yang's heart shook. Since coming to the Heaven Imperial Court, he had heard this name more than once. It was another legend from the Heaven Imperial Court. Yes, it's the limitless, invincible saber, Lu Yongxiang. Lightning Snake's eyes flashed with a sharp saber light. Then his expression relaxed. He said dejectedly, "At that time we went forward to challenge him. Lu Yongxiang said, 'The three of you can come together.'" Chu Yang took a deep breath. Just by hearing this, he had already guessed the result. The three of them must have been defeated miserably. At that time, the three of us were in high spirits. How could we be willing to show weakness? In that battle, Lei Ting attacked first, but he was defeated by his opponent with one saber. Zhu Ling went forward to help, but he was also defeated by one saber. Lightning Snake smiled bitterly. Seeing that it was impossible, the three of us joined forces to fight. The result was still defeated by one saber. One saber. The three of us joined forces, and only one saber. Chu Yang's heart shook inexplicably. Limitless, invincible saber. Who is this person? What is his cultivation level? Previously, he only used one saber to deal with invincible saber, Duan Sankong. Against Lei Ting's saber, he only used one saber. Even against Lightning Snake and the other two, he only used one saber. Could it be that no one was an exception under one saber? After that battle, the three of us blamed each other, saying that the other party did not cooperate well enough, which led to them being defeated by one saber. Their reputations were all gone. In the end, the three of us parted on bad terms and went our separate ways. After another 200 years, our saber Dao had also improved. Only then did we truly realize that no matter how outstanding our cooperation was, there was absolutely no chance for us to survive the saber strike of the other party that carried the thunder, lightning, stars, sun, and moon of the heavens. However, by the time we realized this, we had already been separated for 200 years. It seemed too late. Since then, we have tried to contact each other again, but our hearts can't go back to the way it was before. Over the years, the three of us have been getting closer and closer. We don't know when it started, but we formed a very strange relationship. As long as one of us is in danger, the other two will definitely come to help. However, if one of us is happy, the other two will definitely not see eye to eye and will definitely join forces to attack him. Lightning Snake shook his head and smiled bitterly. He sighed sadly. Martial world, life. How can I look back on the past? While Lightning Snake was talking, Lei Ting's saber and Giant Spirit Saber had already stood at the side of the field. The three of them had the same look in their eyes, full of sadness. It was difficult for an ordinary person to even live for 100 years. However, the three of them had already lived for 700 years. Since then, the three of us have long vowed in our hearts, as long as we don't defeat that invincible saber, the three of us will not get back together. As long as we don't defeat Invincible Saber, the three of us will never reveal our real names. This sentence was said by Lei Ting Saber, and his voice sounded unusually solemn and heavy. For a moment of anger, it's not worth it to think about it now. Giant Spirit Saber smiled bitterly. Bullshit! Lightning Snake and Lei Ting Saber scolded at the same time. This is for thousands of years of friendship and humiliation and motivation. Lightning Snake said gloomily, with this goal, even if we can't achieve it in our lifetime, we will definitely go further than we originally did. Yes, that's the reason. Lei Ting Saber nodded vigorously. Giant Spirit Saber was stunned for a moment and suddenly laughed. It's really rare that the two of you agree with each other so much for so many years. Chapter 1864. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. If we look at the progress of these three people's cultivation and combine them, based on the battle situation, the possibility of these three people achieving their life's dream is very small, if not impossible. Limitless Invincible Saber Lu Yongxiang is a legend of the heavenly layer. But I'm a legend of the heavenly layer. Humph. Chu Yang smiled in his heart and unsheathed his sword. Come, Brother Snake, let's learn from each other. Giant Spirit Saber and Thunder Wild Saber immediately jeered. Use all your strength and beat this stinky long worm to death. Oh, right, I said long worm. Since it's a spar, you can't use your current cultivation, right? Are you so thick-skinned? Yes, you have to suppress your cultivation to the peak of the earth level. If you dare to use your cultivation to suppress others, the two of us will definitely not let you off easily. The two of them hooted loudly and arrogantly. Lightning Snake put his hands behind his back and smiled indifferently. How can I not suppress my cultivation? You guys see. Giant Spirit Saber put his finger to his lips and whistled sharply. Suddenly, a strong smell of gangsters fighting hit Chu Yang in the face. Chu Yang instantly looked askance. With a flash of sword light, Chu Yang didn't say anything and attacked with a move. One ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. Lightning Snake Saber coiled up like a snake, but he immediately realized that something was wrong. He reacted quickly and raised his saber to block. But Chu Yang's sword energy had already swept over. Lightning Snake let out a strange cry and jumped up, landing 70 to 80 feet away. This scene made Giant Spirit Saber and Wild Thunder Saber forget to taunt him. Although the Lightning Snake had deliberately suppressed his cultivation, he had tens of thousands of years of battle experience. How could he possibly be at a disadvantage with just one move? Was he going easy on him? But wasn't he going easy on him a little too realistic? Why didn't we realize that Stinky Longworm was a good actor? Then he saw Chu Yang's sword turn into a long rainbow. His body and sword fused into one. The acting expert, Lightning Snake, was truly flustered. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he gritted his teeth and stamped his feet. He raised his cultivation level, which was originally suppressed at the peak of the Earth stage, to the early stage of the Heaven stage. In an unreasonable way, he took the blow head-on. But then he was even more horrified to find that the strength of the early stage of the Heaven stage could not withstand it at all. He had no choice but to raise his cultivation level to the early stage of the Heaven stage. Only then did he manage to withstand Chu Yang's attack. The snake stared at Chu Yang in disbelief. It had never dreamed that such a young man could force it into such a situation. His strength was 2 levels higher than his opponent's, yet he was barely able to withstand this move. If a high-level martial artist were to know about this, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Chu Yang's attack went smoothly and smoothly. He felt his fighting spirit rising all over his body. His long sword spread out again and sword aura soared into the sky. The tribulation sword technique surged like a great river. The Lightning Snake, who had taken the initiative to propose a spar, regretted it so much that its intestines turned green. He had good intentions just now. He wanted Chu Yang to use the battle to consolidate his cultivation level and stabilize his realm, so that he could use it to make a breakthrough. So he stepped forward bravely and used himself as a target to let Chu Yang vent to his heart's content. However, he had never expected that the moment he stepped forward, He had almost lost all of his ancestors' face. Even with his 10,000 years of fighting experience, he could only take a defensive stance against this small sword. He was so aggrieved that his stomach almost exploded. He did not even hesitate to cheat and slap himself in the face. He had already raised his cultivation level to the early stage of the heaven stage, but he could only barely withstand it. On the other hand, the young man opposite him was actually getting braver and braver as he fought. He used all kinds of marvelous sword techniques that he had never seen or heard of before. He counterattacked like the rising tide of the sea. He was full of vigor. How could I forget that Chu Shao is the descendant of that senior? How could he be measured by an ordinary standard? Just look at the sword techniques he used. They are simply incomparably exquisite. Too fucking magical. It's simply too damn magical. It's simply too damn magical. It's simply going to take my old life. I'm really fucked. I'm really going to be a tragedy this time. Not only him, but Giant Spirit Saber and Thunderwild Saber, who were watching the battle, also opened their mouths wide in shock. They watched as the lightning serpent was like a lone island in a storm. Under Chu Yang's waves of attacks, the lightning serpent was faintly discernible, struggling to hold on. With their eyesight, they had naturally seen through the lightning snake's cheating. But neither of them said a word because they knew that he had no choice. Even if they were the ones fighting, the result would probably be the same. They might not even be as good as the lightning snake. The lightning snake's cultivation level was the best among the three. In this situation where he could only take a beating and not fight back, he still had some bargaining chips. It was just that he did not know how long these bargaining chips could last. Chu Yang was in high spirits. He attacked complacently and fought to his heart's content. Where else could he find such an opponent who could only take a beating and not fight back, but also completely block his attacks? At this good opportunity, the first sword of the tribulation sword technique attacked repeatedly. It was really like the Yangtze River, uninterrupted and with the frequency of a violent storm. Thunder Mad Saber and Giant Spirit Saber, who were watching the battle, were sweating all over. My goodness, fortunately, the one fighting this time is not me. Thinking of this, they immediately took pleasure in the lightning snake's misfortune. It was not that these two were really heartless, or that they really hoped that the lightning snake would be finished. The lightning snake's true strength was there for all to see. If he really encountered a crisis, he would have a way to save himself. The current situation did not prove anything. It was just that seeing the lightning snake in a sorry state, swaying left and right, appearing and disappearing, and his clothes were gradually turning into rags at a speed visible to the naked eye. While the two were frightened by Chu Yang's sword technique, they also felt infinite sympathy for the lightning snake. This guy is really fucking pitiful. Fortunately, his true strength is at the level of a half-step celestial being. If he was really at the level of heaven level, I'm afraid he would really become a dead longworm. Although the lightning snake situation was dangerous, it was actually safe. There was no more danger. This time, Chu Yang fought savagely and repeatedly, waving the tribulation sword technique more than 70 times from start to finish. Finally, he fell to the ground exhausted. From head to toe, even the last bit of strength was squeezed out of his body. His head was a little dizzy. As for the lightning snake, who had withstood more than 70 waves of Chu Yang's violent attacks, his body was also swaying. He was sweating profusely, his face was green and white, and his lips were trembling. At least he was a little stronger than Chu Yang and didn't collapse to the ground. I say, is it really that bad? Thunder Mad Saber looked at the lightning snake and clicked his tongue. Why don't you try next time? The lightning snake roared and sat on the ground, panting heavily. Too tired, too fucking tired, the lightning snake felt like an ordinary person who had fought with a cow for an entire afternoon. The muscles and bones all over his body were aching. He didn't know how long it had been since he felt this tired to the extreme. Even when he fought with Mad Saber and Giant Spirit Saber, and even the battle in the small forest, he didn't feel this tired. He hurriedly operated his whole body's cultivation. Only then did he feel his physical strength slowly return. At least this time, it was a pure physical battle to the bone, so the consumption of his cultivation was relatively less. It wasn't difficult to recover. But when he looked at Chu Yang again, his eyes were full of shock. This guy is simply a monster. Chu Yang gulped down a few mouthfuls of water and immediately began to operate his martial arts. After a while, he suddenly jumped up and said a very frightening sentence. Again! The lightning snake disappeared with a whoosh. I need to rest for a while. You go and find Lei Ting to spar. Lei Ting was about to come up with a reason to refuse when he realized that not only was the lightning snake gone, but even the giant spirit saber was gone. He was the only one left. He couldn't help but touch his nose and say hatefully, "These two bastards!" On this day, the four of them kept fighting in the courtyard. Actually, it wasn't appropriate to call it fighting. It should be Chu Yang purely attacking and the three purely receiving. It was just that the three of them had stronger endurance. Every time, it was Chu Yang who was tired first. Therefore, Chu Yang kept repeating the process of exhaustion. Exhaustion, rest, jumping up, fighting, and exhaustion. It continued like this until nighttime. Chu Yang was still in high spirits, but the lightning snake and the other two simultaneously declared that they couldn't take it anymore. There was a limit to how much they could endure. Obviously, their nerves had reached their limits. This guy was getting stronger and stronger each time. His sword technique was getting fiercer and fiercer. He had clearly used this sword technique dozens of times. Everyone should be very familiar with it, but they could still take it with their eyes closed. But every time he used it again, it was as if they had never seen it before. The lightning snake and the other two complained. They hadn't been so tired for at least a few thousand years. Even if they weren't injured, their muscles, bones, and meridians had never been so sore. Damn it. My whole body feels like it's falling apart. I really don't want to move anymore. That night, the three of them gathered under the pavilion in the courtyard. They were all half lying down and chatting. Do you think that our Manor Lord's sword technique was taught by that elder? At the very least, it's a family secret technique. Unified. I have never seen such a sword technique in my life. It's definitely the best sword technique. So, this inheritance, when the word inheritance was mentioned, the three of them became serious. They looked at each other and saw the light in each other's eyes. This time, I'm afraid we're really going to be rich. Following Chu Yang and having such a strong backer behind her back. In the future, the second half of the night, an exceptionally dazzling and magnificent ray of light abruptly lit up the small courtyard where Chu Yang was resting. A dense and imposing aura suddenly rose up from the small courtyard. Breakthrough! The three of them jumped up at the same time and flew out. They came to the sky above the small courtyard and looked down. They saw Chu Yang sitting cross-legged. His body flickered with a pleasing azure light, which was emitted wave after wave. In the sky, there was a faint, heavy pressure. Heaven grade! The three of them trembled at the same time. He broke through, and it was so quiet. Just by looking at the light flickering on his body, it seemed completely different from a normal heaven grade breakthrough. Chapter 1865. After a long time, the blue light on Chu Yang's body slowly dissipated. Then he stood up again, unsheathed his sword, and practiced his sword technique again and again. This is from P. His expression was focused, his mind was focused, and he was completely focused. He's not just a genius. How can you and I compare to such diligence? Lightning Snake's mind was shaken. During the day, he was fighting 1 against 3. Moreover, he was only at the earth level. The amount of fatigue he had to bear was 10 times more than ours. He didn't rest at night and then broke through. After breaking through, he didn't do anything else. He immediately started cultivating. Such diligence, sigh. His last sigh came out at the same time as the sighs of the other two. In the past, Everyone felt that they had already worked hard enough. But compared to Chu Yang, they were still 8 streets behind him. Wait. Why does it seem like something is missing? Lightning Snake shook his head and walked back. Then he suddenly stopped. Something is missing? The other 2 were also stunned, and they murmured subconsciously. After a long while, the 3 suddenly turned their heads to look at the same time in shock. Over there, Chu Yang was still practicing his sword alone, quietly practicing, quietly comprehending. There was no abnormality at all. But it was precisely this lack of abnormality that was the biggest abnormality. Giant Spirit Saber looked for a while, and then said blankly, "Normally a heaven-level breakthrough has to go through the baptism of heavenly punishment. Why didn't he go through this procedure? Isn't this too abnormal?" After he asked, no one answered for a long time. He turned his head to look and saw that the other 2 were already standing there, dumbfounded. The 3 racked their brains, but they couldn't figure out where heavenly punishment had gone. Why was heavenly punishment gone? The 3 saber experts waited for a long time and only saw the moon and stars in the sky and the magpies flying south. They circled the tree 3 times, but there were no branches to lean on, the sky was clear, and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. The scenery was there, but there was no sign of heavenly punishment. The 3 were at a loss. In this world, there was actually a freak who broke through heaven level without heavenly punishment. That night, the 3 lay on the bed, tossing and turning without sleep. Each of them was thinking about the illogical part of this matter. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Although the 3 of them were nominally at the pinnacle of the saint level, their actual cultivation had already crossed the threshold. However, they had yet to reach the next step, the heavenly human level. This situation was called half-step Deva realm. He was only a piece of paper away from the true celestial being level. It had come to this point. It was inevitable that he would be knowledgeable, but the 3 of them had never seen or even heard of such a thing in their entire lives. There was no heavenly tribulation when breaking through to the heaven stage. This was simply too bizarre. The 3 of them had dark circles under their eyes, but they still couldn't figure it out. As for Villa Master Chu, after breaking through, he took a bath and went back to hug his wife to sleep. Villa Master Chu was a freak and full of energy, but he was still human. After such a long day, he still needed rest and someone to comfort him. The next day, Chu Yang started his busy day. Naturally, the commotion outside was even more intense. As for the sects of the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms, they had already sent the news back. All the major sects were enraged, but the matter had already been settled, and there was no point in being angry. He could only pinch his nose and admit defeat. He hurriedly began to search for geniuses in the sect. Preparing for training was the most important thing. No matter what, the sects of the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms had to go through a series of battles before they could choose their leaders. But there were only 11 years left. This period of time was really short. In the eyes of the high-level martial artists, 11 years was just a short period of time for seclusion. It wasn't even enough to say. As for the 2 sects that were sent out to encircle the Iron Blood Alliance, they had also arrived at Purple Cloud City. The people from the dreamlike Veranda's headquarters had also rushed over with elixirs that Shuexian had mentioned. First, it was Ling Xiao faction's Hai Lianbua who came to the Chu clan in the early morning. He brought 2 storage rings filled with the heads of the Iron Blood Alliance. There were 4,300 heads, a very standard number of experts' heads. Definitely not fake. Chu Yang pinched his nose and took a look. Then he handed it back. "No problem." Minister, Chu patted his chest and said, "I'll prepare 80 people for you later. Your sect is working so hard, so I'll round it up to 10 for you." Hai Ming Bo smiled from ear to ear, his heart bursting with joy. After confirming the number of people, he made an agreement with Chu Yang. After using the soul suppressing stone, he would immediately take the people and leave. Before that, he had to keep it a secret. Chu Yang agreed. Even if Great Elder Hai didn't say anything, Chu Yang wouldn't leak the secret at this juncture. When Hai Lianbo went out, he met Xue Xian. The two looked at each other and saw the sparks in each other's eyes. Seeing Xue Xian walk in, Hai Lianbo frowned and pondered. How many experts' heads could Xue Xian bring this time? How many children could she exchange for? The heads are all here. There's a total of 1,750 heads. Xue Xian took out 2 storage rings. According to the agreement, it's 135 children of geniuses, right? Chu Yang nodded like he was pounding garlic. Yes, this is absolutely correct. There's also the original one. There's a total of 130. Xue Xian snorted and said, "For the sake of the sect's future, I didn't expect that our dreamlike veranda would also play the role of assassins. The world is really unpredictable." Chu Yang scratched his head and laughed. "Well, everyone is getting what they need. It's worth it. Also, for all of you, this is considered as slaying demons. It's a great merit. The joint attack of the 2 sects was tantamount to erasing the Iron Blood Alliance. The Iron Blood Alliance, which had been notorious in the Heavenly Imperial Court, finally disappeared from the world forever. Many people in Jianghu clapped their hands in joy. "Humph," Xue Xian snorted and said, "Let's talk about something else." "Something else?" Chu Yang was waiting for this. "Okay, this time the sect has brought 10 heavenly treasures." The Snow Immortals said indifferently they include 3 stalks of resurrection grass, 1 stalk of heavenly snow lotus, 1 piece of soul-warming jade, 1 stalk of soul-stealing grass, and 1 piece of 100,000-year-old frost jade soul essence, and heavenly devil battlefields, purple heaven blood ginseng. 3 of them, and it's a ginseng king that already has a soul. Chu Yang grabbed his own thigh. So happy! How could he be so happy? At this moment, Xue Xian suddenly frowned and shouted, "Who's there?" She turned around and looked at the void with her phoenix eyes. Chu Yang was shocked. The person who came was not an outsider. It was the Sword Spirit. However, from the Heavenly Imperial Court till now, other than Xue Leihan, no one, including Zi Xieqing, could detect the Sword Spirit's existence. Xue Xian was the first exception. Where's the Sword Spirit? Chu Yang looked around, looking alert. It was indeed a golden opportunity. Xue Xian used all her divine senses to search. Finally, she shook her head suspiciously. She muttered to herself, "Was I wrong? Was it because I was too nervous recently?" Of course, she was right. However, the Sword Spirit was already in the tribulation space. No matter how good Xue Xian was, she would not be able to find him. Xue Xian was a little embarrassed after searching for no results. Could it be that he was mistaken? But she had clearly felt a strange soul fluctuation just now. She turned her head. She said, regarding the exchange of elixirs for geniuses, "Is what Willem Master Chu said earlier still valid?" Chu Yang smiled and nodded. He said, "Of course it's valid. However, it must be a rare treasure, a genuine heavenly treasure. If it's just ordinary stuff, you don't have to take it out. These elixirs are roughly of the same standard as the resurrection grass. Some of them are even better than the resurrection grass. I believe they won't disappoint you," Xue Xian said lightly, her tone containing great confidence. "Is it good or not? I'll only know after I see it." Chu Yang did not relent. It was obvious that he would not act until he saw the hair. However, his heart brightened. For Xue Xian to say so, it must be something good. Xue Xian gritted her teeth. She still could not bear to part with it. But now there was no turning back. "Is there a quiet place?" Chu Yang stood up. "Celestial, please come to my study." Both of them eagerly entered the study. On the table, Chu Yang waved his hand and laid down a large piece of purple crystal warm jade. It was sparkling and translucent. It was actually an entire piece of purple crystal jade essence. Its surface was smooth and smooth. The value of this piece of purple crystal jade essence was probably even higher than the large piece of purple crystal jade essence that day. Shui Xian snorted and said, "Villa Master Chu is indeed holding back." Chu Yang smiled lightly. "Don't tell me you didn't hold back." Shui Xian laughed and said, "It's human nature." Chu Yang said, 3 days later, there will be another auction. Celestial, I'm afraid you'll have to prepare more this time. The items auctioned this time will be of great use to these children. It'll be even more effective to nurture the sex talents." Shui Xian's eyes brightened. You mean? Chu Yang nodded. Shui Xian bit her lips and remained silent for a while. Her eyes were shining. How could Shui Xian not think of Yun Tian's concerns? Since she could already confirm that Chu Yang still had a lot in stock, that elder would not be so biased. Since there was destined to be more, Shui Xian had already transferred a large amount of funds and rare materials from the sect. Naturally, she was prepared to buy without restraint and defeat all the opponents. One could imagine that the next auction would involve all the sects in the entire Heaven Imperial Court competing at the same time. This is the resurrection grass that you wanted earlier. Shui Xian was the first to take out a strange, blood-red grass. It was sparkling and translucent, as if it was carved out of jade. Dark red blood seemed to be constantly flowing on the purple crystal jade essence. It flickered and flickered. Once it was taken out, the whole study was filled with a strange fragrance. Faintly, the godly soul scripture also seemed to be shaken. This stalk of grass could actually attract godly souls. Chapter 1866. Good stuff. Absolutely good stuff. Just this one is enough for Wu Qianqian to wake up and Duan Sangkong to recover. This is from P. Chu Yang blinked and said, "This is good stuff, but this can only be exchanged for one person." "You." Shui Xian glared. "Why? Are you going back on your words?" Chu Yang said calmly, "Am I going back on my words? I know. This is a genuine resurrection grass, but it's different from the resurrection grass." He said slowly, for example, a 5,000-year-old one, a 10,000-year-old one, or a 20,000-year-old one. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. His laughter was really treacherous. Shui Xian gritted her teeth and said hatefully, "You win." Although Villa Master Chu is young, his insight and knowledge are superior to others. Chu Yang said with a faint smile, "You're too kind. Since you want to test my insight, I can only cheer up and not disappoint you." Shui Xian was so angry that her face turned pale. She glared at Chu Yang, speechless. She wanted to swallow Chu Yang whole. Actually, how would Chu Yang know whether the resurrection grass was good or not? How old was it? When Shui Xian took out this one, the sword spirit went crazy in the tribulation space. He kept clamoring to get it quickly, but Chu Yang would not make this mistake. Why was he in such a hurry to get the meat that was already in his mouth? The initiative was in his hands. Actually, the problem that really made Chu Yang suspicious was that Shui Xian said that there were 3 resurrection grasses. Since there were 3, it was impossible that the quality of the 3 grasses was exactly the same. This was because the resurrection grass definitely didn't grow in patches. It was filled with spiritual energy from thousands of miles away. It was already good that it could support 1 resurrection grass for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, the medicinal power of the grasses would definitely be different. Since there were 3, Shui Xian wanted to maximize the benefits. She would definitely not take out the best grasses as the first one. Therefore, the first one would definitely be of the worst quality. Therefore, Chu Yang fiercely lowered price. Shui Xian was so angry that she almost exploded. She did not realize that she had made a mistake from the beginning. Instead, she thought that Chu Yang had seen through the truth about the resurrection grass. Shui Xian was indeed very old. He also had rich experience in Jianghu, but when it came to playing tricks, he was still a few streets behind Chu Yang. Minister Chu was the ancestor of crafty plots and machinations. With just a casual roll of his eyes, he had a series of wicked thoughts All right, one then, Xue Xian said in a fit of pique. Deal. Chu Yang took out a bottle of purple crystal jade essence and put the resurrection grass into it. Then he turned his wrist and put it into his storage ring. A thought flashed through his mind. Soon, they arrived at the tribulation space. It fell into the hands of the sword spirit, who had been anxiously waiting for it. The sword spirit hugged the resurrection grass and smiled from ear to ear. Baby, this second stock is barely passable. Chu Yang muttered, This stock is certainly not enough to exchange for two people, but it's not too far off. I can't give you those children in pieces. I'll just give you two. You don't have to thank me. Looking at Chu Yang's reluctant expression, he said, I'm sorry. I am very generous. Xue Xian was so angry that she wanted to slam the table and stand up. Not enough? This stock was more than passable. It was absolutely too passable. Looking at it, the whole stalk of grass had turned into jade, sparkling and translucent. Once it was taken out, it lit up the whole study room with red light. This was definitely a top-grade elixir, and it was not an ordinary one. This was the resurrection grass that could bring the dead back to life, and it was a top-grade resurrection grass. This is a 70,000-year-old resurrection grass. Xue Xian was so angry that she wanted to slap Chu Yang to death. Her finger was almost on Chu Yang's forehead. Do you not know, or do you not know? Do you not know what's good for you? There are only a few stalks of this in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. You have the nerve to open an auction house like this? Be an auctioneer? Do you have the nerve to do that? Chu Yang said lightly, I know that I have little knowledge and experience, and I don't know much about elixirs. However, I also know that there are fewer cultivation talents in the Heaven Imperial Court. Elixirs are important, but no matter how many elixirs there are, they may not be able to support the rise and fall of a sect. It seems that talents can. Am I right? Am I right, or am I right? All of them are million-year-old elixirs. If there are no talents or experts, it will only lead to the destruction of the sect. But as long as there are talents, once the sect becomes stronger, it will have all kinds of elixirs. Does that make sense, or does it make sense, or does it make sense? Xue Xian was so angry with Chu Yang that her head hurt. Her words were a little incoherent, but Chu Yang deliberately imitated Xue Xian's words. His tone was even more sarcastic and uncompromising. This elixir is enough to save 10 dying geniuses. Xue Xian was furious. It can even save heavenly human-level experts. This elixir is priceless. Since you value this elixir so much, and you can't accept my price, then I'll reluctantly give up this elixir. Chu Yang smiled. He leaned back and crossed his legs leisurely. Please bring it back to save those 10 geniuses. To be honest, it's a waste to leave it with me. I don't have any heavenly human-level experts to save. I don't want it, I don't want it. It seemed that he was addicted to anger. Chu Yang's little mouth was twitching. He was getting more and more infuriating. This was Chu Yang's strategy. I'll anger you to death first. Then I'll talk to you about the price. An expert who has lost his mind is much easier to deal with than a clear-headed woman. Chu Yang thought to himself. Xue Xian was so angry that her face turned red. She couldn't speak. If I could take it back, would I not know how to take it back? But since it's here, it's meant to be exchanged for geniuses. What's the point of taking it back? Saving 10 experts. Where do I have so many experts to save? This little guy clearly saw this point. He didn't care about his face anymore. He was going all out to lower the price. Even if the situation was better than the person, there was no need to be so shameless. Now, in Xue Xian's heart, Chu Yang's hatred was second only to that of Wu Zhangxiu. Maybe after a while he would surpass the number 1. At least 3. Xue Xian gritted her teeth. She swallowed her anger and took the initiative to lower the price. 3? That's fine too. Who asked you to be the senior of Dreamlike Veranda? You can say whatever you want. Chu Yang immediately sat up straight. He made the final decision and sealed the deal. While making the decision, he didn't forget to poke Shui Xian with his words. 3. Even if it's exchanged for 10, it's still worth it. If I use this to make heavy pills, or even super heavy pills, it's more than enough. If I add some other things, I can create another 100 geniuses. Although it's not a huge profit, it's more or less 100. How could Shui Xian not know that she had been tricked when she saw that Chu Yang had agreed so readily? Moreover, Chu Yang's words were clearly accusing her of using her power to oppress others, and of using her strength to bully the weak. Her willowy eyebrows instantly rose, and her lips trembled in anger. Damn it, can you be any more shameless? Can you be invincible just because you're shameless? I say, Senior Shui Xian, exchanging for 3. I'm at a huge loss. Just this once. Please don't tell anyone. Once the news gets out, elixirs will be everywhere in the heavenly imperial court. Where can I find so many geniuses? Chu Yang sighed with dissatisfaction. What do you mean by pretending to be innocent after getting a bargain? Shui Xian took 2 deep breaths. She channeled her tens of thousands of years of cultivation to forcefully suppress the anger in her chest that was about to explode. However, her face was already red. Elixirs are everywhere in the heavenly imperial court? Do you think elixirs are sheep dung or horse dung? Shameless. Shui Xian's lips trembled. Thank you for the compliment. Your evaluation of me is too high. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. Chu Yang smiled from ear to ear. %yen #at. And. A series of vulgarities came out of Shui Xian's mouth. However, Chu Yang had already put away the resurrection grass with his sharp eyes and agile hands. 3 is 3. Who asked you to be the senior? Then this 3rd stock can't be. Shui Xian angrily took out the 3rd stock. Chu Yang's eyes widened, and he couldn't finish his sentence. This one couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as the previous one. This was a good thing in the truest sense. The entire elixir had an absolute jade-like texture. Moreover, the elixir emitted a blood-red mist from time to time. Inside the roots, a faint light radiated in all directions. It was bright and dazzling, as if the whole sky was filled with stars. It was as mesmerizing as a miniature universe that had been precipitated inside. The level of this resurrection grass had definitely surpassed the level of ordinary heavenly treasures. In some aspects, it even surpassed Chu Yang's great elixirs. Even the sword spirit in the tribulation space was stunned. He was also dumbfounded and couldn't make a sound. What do you think of this 3rd one? Shui Xian saw Chu Yang's reaction and couldn't help but feel a little proud. How much do you want to exchange for this 3rd one? Chu Yang stared at the 3rd resurrection grass in fascination. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit's notification came. This one has reached the same level as the great elixirs. It's at least on par with them. As long as it's given to the sword spirit, it can immediately split into more resurrection grasses. He must get it no matter what. Even the quality of the tribulation space could be further improved because of this elixir. What made Chu Yang even more tempted was that as long as he got his hands on this elixir, the sword spirit could catalyze the 3 jade snow spirit ginsengs into elixir spirits in the tribulation space within half a year. At that time, the space elixirs would evolve to the point where they would be inexhaustible. I want to exchange this for 10 elixirs. Is that okay? Shui Xian was excited. She finally felt that she had the capital and opportunity to ask for an exorbitant price. However, she obviously didn't have the intention to refuse. This little guy is too difficult to deal with. Shui Xian felt helpless against this guy. She didn't know where to start biting. This time, she mustered up her courage to say 10 people. Chapter 1867. Shui Xian could basically confirm that this Chu Xiao didn't have any knowledge at all. He was just using the usual style of a businessman to push down the price. Moreover, he was sharp-tongued and vicious, leaving no room for negotiation. However, the situation was stronger than the person. In order to save trouble, although she had the chance to ask for an exorbitant price, she still left some room for negotiation. If this bastard did something stupid again, it wouldn't be reasonable. If this Chu Xiao didn't have a good eye and was only willing to give it to the 5 people who had discussed it before, Shuexian would accept it. It was impossible to reason with an ignorant, discerning, and thick-skinned idiot. He could only swallow his anger. 10. No problem. Chu Yang agreed without hesitation. Wasn't it just 10? There was no problem at all. This is too much for me. I'll give you 2 more for free. 12. Shuexian looked at him blankly. Her eyes were filled with madness. Chu Yang's sudden generosity made Shuexian feel so regretful that she almost cried. So this bastard wasn't just an idiot. He was a very pure idiot. I actually asked for too little, although Shuexian was a peerless expert. She wasn't very good at bargaining. But who was Chu Yang? When Chu Yang did business, he could sell people and make them count the money for him. Wasn't today a very good example? He first pushed the price to the lowest possible level, giving Shuexian an illusion. It was impossible to exchange for a lot, and geniuses were hard to come by. He forced Shuexian to lose her psychological defense and then succeeded in getting a huge bargain. Originally, she could have exchanged for at least dozens of geniuses. She could have even exchanged for close to 100 elixirs, but she was extremely aggrieved and exchanged for 12. Moreover, she gave away 2 of them. I can't let him take advantage of me like this anymore. Shuexian made up her mind. Shuexian learned her lesson. She started to take every step carefully. She really started to ask for exorbitant prices. Shuexian hugged me and raised the price to the highest level. At most, I'll let you bargain. Anyway, I can't follow your plan. Chu Yang fought calmly. He dealt with every move. He didn't panic at all. You ask for sky-high prices. I'll pay you back. Neither side gave in to the other. In an instant, the study room became a place without smoke, but full of gunpowder. It should be said that it became a vegetable market. It was filled with the sounds of intense bargaining. If it really didn't work. Chu Yang had his own trump card. You can just take it back. I don't want it anymore, okay? This was what it meant to be a fresh move. Eat all heavens. Once this move is used, who can compete with it? Every time I hear this sentence, Shuexian felt as if she had just eaten a fly. She had the urge to slap this guy in front of her into meat paste. Each time it was more intense than the last. He was so aggrieved that he almost wanted to hang himself. Shuexian's furious roars grew louder and louder. Chu Yang, on the other hand, was always calm and composed. His voice was gentle, and he was neither anxious nor impatient. In the end, if I make another deal with you, I'll be a bastard. Shuexian finally slammed the door angrily and left. She slammed the door shut, and the entire study room trembled. Meanwhile, Shuexian had already disappeared with a whoosh. Is a mortal leaving? Take care. You're welcome to come again, Chu Yang said politely. The study room had already been smashed into smithereens by Shuexian. The bargaining just now was a grievance that Shuexian had never experienced in her life. She flew into a rage and flew into a rage. As long as it was something that could be smashed, it was all smashed into powder. Looking at the mess in the study room, Chu Yang, who should have been angry, turned around and smiled. Chu Yang had thought that he would need to take out 300 to 400 geniuses to exchange for all the elixirs, but he didn't expect that he would only need 70 geniuses to achieve his goal. He put all the treasures into his own pockets. It was really worth it. In this way, the number of children who entered Dreamlike Veranda was exactly 205. Chu Yang felt that with the strength of Dreamlike Veranda, taking in and nurturing more than 200 geniuses was already about the limit. If he gave more, it would instead cause delays. I definitely don't care about the strength of your sect, whether it has increased or not. But these children are my flesh and blood. No matter what, I can't let them suffer. If there are too many and you can't nurture them all, that would be terrible. Therefore, it was time to set their sights on other sections. Even those sects that didn't belong to the Eastern Royal Heavens. Chuyang planned to give a few more places. Anyway, it's to nurture talents for me. Since you're not afraid of being tired, I'm naturally more willing to give. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit had already started working. He was so excited that it was as if he had eaten some kind of medicine. He was full of energy. After irrigating all the new elixirs with the spring of life, he transplanted them into the medicine field one by one. The abundant spiritual energy and nutritious atmosphere made these elixirs glow with vitality again in a very short time. Chuyang had just entered when he suddenly discovered something unbelievable. Under his gaze, the 3 jade snow spirit ginsengs that already had spiritual consciousness suddenly struggled out of the soil of the medicine field. Their roots slowly pulled out of the ground, and then with a poof they jumped out. Chuyang's eyeballs almost popped out of his eye sockets. Then he watched as the 3 jade snow spirit ginsengs walked with feet full of roots and swayed to the new batch of elixirs. What was beyond Chuyang's and the sword spirit's expectations was that the first thing they chose was actually the purple heaven blood ginseng that Chuyang didn't treat as something good. The 3 ginseng kings that Snow Immortal had mentioned already had spiritual souls, because he already had the jade snow spirit ginseng that was about to become a medicine spirit. Chuyang actually didn't care much about these 3. Even when Snow Immortal took them out, he crazily lowered the price and only gave 3 places for each of them. Snow Immortal also didn't care much about these 3 ginseng. She felt that it was already very worth it to be able to exchange for 3 places for each of them. But now it seemed that these things were actually good stuff. You really couldn't judge elixirs by their appearance. Reality was always very cruel. When luck came, even the city walls couldn't stop it. Under the dumbfounded gazes of Chuyang and the sword spirit, the 3 jade snow spirit ginseng staggered to the front of the 3 purple heaven blood ginseng. Then, the rare ginseng kings trembled together. They seemed to be confronting each other, but also seemed to be fighting. In short, Chuyang could clearly feel a sense of desperation in the air. Between plants, no. It should be between elixirs. How desperate would it be? It was hard to understand. However, the answer to this question soon appeared in front of them. The next moment, they couldn't even see which side took the initiative to attack. The 3 ginseng were suddenly entangled in one place. Every single one of them actually took the initiative to attack. Where the roots drifted, an unusually fierce battle actually took place between the 3 ginseng. Chuyang and the sword spirits' eyes almost popped out. The world was indeed vast and full of strange things, but they didn't expect such a thing to happen. Today, they really opened their eyes once again, as far as the eye could see. From time to time, rustling sounds could be heard. The roots of the ginseng were constantly breaking. Falling to the ground, the ginseng fought bravely and didn't back down. Obviously, it wouldn't give up until there was a winner and a loser. Chuyang's heart ached as he watched. There was no other reason. Every broken root, they were all filled with the purest medicinal power. Chuyang seemed to have heard a few indistinct wails after a long time had passed. The stalemate of the battle had finally begun to change. The 3 purple heaven blood ginsengs had been defeated little by little. However, the 3 jade snow spirit ginsengs had seemed to be in high spirits. They had taken advantage of the victory to pursue and attack. Finally, the 3 ginseng stopped their movements and stood face to face. Chuyang knew that the winner and loser had been decided. Although the jade snow spirit ginseng had only grown for a short period of time, it was a freak that grew in the extremely special environment of the black blood forest. Naturally, its fighting power was extraordinary. Moreover, since it entered the tribulation space, it had been catalyzed to the extreme by the sword spirit according to the direction of elixir spirit. Its spirit was now completely solid and far from ordinary heavenly treasures. This kind of special cultivation was completely different from the purple heaven blood ginseng's natural cultivation, especially since the jade snow spirit ginseng had already given birth to an elixir spirit. Although its growth was limited, it was already worlds apart from the purple heaven blood ginseng. Or rather, there was an essential difference. If it weren't for the fact that the purple heaven blood ginseng was really old, this battle wouldn't have had a chance to start all. To put it in a more vivid way, it was like an earth-grade expert who had cultivated for millions of years, facing a young man who was only in his 20s but had already broken through to the initial stage of heaven grade. No matter how deep the former's foundation was, he had already lost. If both of them fought with all their might, the battle might be in a stalemate for a while, or it might go on for a long time, but the final result would still be the victory of the heaven grade youth. This was the essential difference between cultivation levels. It was the same in the competition between elixirs. Under Chu Yang's gaze, the jade snow spirit ginseng's body suddenly transformed into human facial features. Nose, eyes, ears, and mouth actually appeared just like that. Moreover, the moment it appeared, it opened its mouth immediately. Its eyes actually looked at the opposite side in a very dignified manner. The 3 purple heaven blood ginseng on the opposite side obviously trembled, as if they were extremely frightened, but they had no other choice. Then a layer of blood-red mist slowly floated out from the top of their heads and slowly drifted towards the jade snow spirit ginseng. The jade snow spirit ginseng opened its mouth and fiercely inhaled, and this blood-red mist was sucked into its mouth bit by bit, like a whale swallowing the sea. It wasn't polite at all, and it couldn't wait to swallow it fiercely. The following process was somewhat monotonous. The blood-red mist continued to be produced, and the jade snow spirit ginseng also continued to absorb it. The whole process, in Chu Yang's opinion, was actually filled with the taste of forcing a good girl into prostitution. P.S. Recommend a brother's book, Elegant Devil Master. Introduction. Lu Mu was born in a prestigious family, but in one night he became the younger brother of the devil sect's supreme martial artist. In this man-eat-man world, if you don't want to be eaten, the only way is to eat people. There are 2 ways to eat people, one for men and the other for women. A living beauty, Lu Mu's saliva gushed out as he began a path of slaughter and sensuality on the path of a powerhouse. Chapter 1868. Chu Yang didn't know whether it was an illusion or not, but he felt that the jade snow spirit ginseng had formed some kind of urging idea. It seemed to be urging the purple heaven blood ginseng to hurry up. It was very clear and very overbearing. P.C. It was full of the victors taking what they wanted from the losers, that kind of arrogance and satisfaction, and the purple heaven blood ginseng's dejection and compromise were very obvious. Damn it, you lost, so hurry up and pay tribute. Yes, that's what it means. Slowly, as the blood-colored fog continued to enter the jade snow spirit ginseng's body, the originally snow-white, tender, and exceptionally cute jade snow spirit ginseng's skin gradually showed traces of blood. It looked as if a person's capillaries had appeared on the skin. If it was originally like a ball of flour, it now had life. Finally, the blood-colored fog no longer floated out. The 3 purple heaven blood ginseng looked as if they were seriously ill. Their branches drooped, and countless wrinkles appeared on their skin. They stood there dispiritedly, like defeated roosters. Their roots continued to take root and fix themselves in the soil. They didn't move anymore, as if they didn't have the slightest bit of strength left. That kind of compromise was very similar to those who were forced to obey the unspoken rules. What? The jade snow spirit ginseng's change was even more obvious. It looked as if it had eaten and drunk enough. It even burped contentedly and stretched its body. Then there was a poof sound. It was as if it had let out a loud fart. Along with this sudden sound, Chu Yang suddenly discovered that a wisp of faint smoke slowly floated out. It condensed in the air and turned into 3 fist-sized little babies. They were snow-white and tender. Their noses and eyes were clear, and they were chubby and charmingly naive. The three little babies opened their eyes at the same time. They saw Chu Yang and happily rushed over. They floated in the air and hugged Chu Yang's head. Chu Yang clearly felt a sense of joy, gratitude, attachment, and trust. The medicine spirit has transformed. It's actually formed like this. Oh my God! Sword Spirit opened his mouth and looked at the three little babies in disbelief. He took a deep breath. It's really incredible. Isn't this too outrageous? He actually didn't use the resurrection grass. Yes, I see. The Sword Spirit suddenly saw the light. What a medicine spirit needs is a soul essence. And these three purple heaven blood ginseng possess a soul essence. Moreover, they're all ginseng, but it's always the same species. It's easier to absorb. Moreover, it's twice the result with half the effort. No wonder such a bizarre thing happened. This is the so-called medicine spirit. Chu Yang looked at the three little guys lovingly. He couldn't help but reach out and hold them in the palm of his hand. The three little guys revealed a satisfied smile. They used their pink heads and limbs to touch Chu Yang's palm, and occasionally somersaulted a few times. She couldn't be any happier. In Chu Yang's eyes, they were like three babies. They were newborn little lives and were extremely fragile. She also made people like her from the bottom of their heart. Yes, this is the human form of a medicine spirit, the earliest medicine spirit. With their ability, they can increase the growth rate of any spirit medicine 50 times faster. The Sword Spirit took a deep breath. Moreover, it won't be very troublesome. It could even be said that it was a piece of cake. It's nothing. Increase the growth rate by 50 times. Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air, his eyes shining. In other words, what originally needed 100 years to grow now only needs 2 years. More or less. The Sword Spirit shook his head and said excitedly, however, that's only in the outside world. If it's in this tribulation space, it's different. Different? Is it better or worse? Chu Yang asked. Of course it's better. Bah, how can it be better? It's much better. The tribulation space's characteristic is that it's full of spiritual energy. It can reduce the growth time of spirit medicine by 2 or 3 times. The medicine spirit can maximize this advantage in the tribulation space. In other words, its original limit is 50 times, but in the tribulation space, it's in an incremental state. Doesn't that mean that in the tribulation space, the medicine spirit can increase the growth time of spirit medicine by 53 to 55 times? Although it's not too big, it's still an amazing progress. Chu Yang said in surprise, Is there something wrong with your understanding? Why is it 53 times, 55 times? I was talking about the incremental state just now. It should be 50 times 3 times, which is 150 times. The Sword Spirit's words were like a bolt from the blue that hit Chu Yang's head. Chu Yang was so happy that he couldn't speak. He didn't take the Sword Spirit's words seriously at all. He was so happy. He subconsciously pinched his thigh hard before he came to his senses. It wasn't a dream. What originally needed 100 years to grow now only needed half a year. What kind of concept was this? By the way, since they can take human form and have human facial features, they can speak, right? Chu Yang looked at the 3 medicine spirits. No, at least not for the time being. The Sword Spirit smiled bitterly. Medicine spirits that can think and speak have to be at least high-grade medicine spirits. The level of those medicine spirits is too high. They've basically risen to the level of defying the natural order. If they can really reach that level, no matter what kind of rare spirit medicine it is, as long as it's a plant, they can make it mature in an instant, completely flawless. They're definitely superior to the fairy race. Of course, what I said just now is just a speculation. There's no real example, because to really reach that level, I don't know how many years of baptism it takes. Anyway, as far as I know, throughout the countless years of the Heavenly Imperial Court, there hasn't been a single fully mature, high-grade medicine spirit. The sword spirit said, "Even the three of us now are only the second medicine spirit that I know of." The second medicine spirit that appeared? Chu Yang frowned. Yes, the sword spirit nodded affirmatively. Who's the first one? Or rather, who still has a medicine spirit in their hands? Chu Yang asked. No, the sword spirit smiled bitterly and said, "The conditions for a medicine spirit to form are very harsh. It's even more difficult to transform into human form. We seem to have it easy now, but most of the things we did were coincidences. Moreover, there's this big advantage of being in the tribulation space. How many people in the world can have such a heaven-defying weapon like the tribulation space? And who has such an unparalleled opportunity like you, Sword Master? A space like the tribulation space has never been seen since ancient times. If it's not in such a space, but in the outside world, it may not be possible to make a medicine spirit appear or even transform into a human form even after 100,000 or 200,000 years. This is only a time limit, not to mention those other factors. Whether it's natural disasters or natural disasters, they can easily cut off the path of a medicine spirit's derivation. Since you said that it's so difficult for a medicine spirit to appear, when was the last time it appeared? How did he fall?" Chu Yang was flabbergasted. The last time the medicine spirit that appeared was owned by the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Clouds. If the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Clouds didn't have that medicine spirit, he may not have been able to write so many legends. And the speculation I mentioned just now also came from the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Clouds. Originally, that medicine spirit had a great chance of being promoted to a high-level medicine spirit, but the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Clouds sacrificed himself heroically, and the medicine spirit followed his master and died with his life. The sword spirit's face showed sincere respect. Back then, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Clouds was able to stand out in the Heavenly Imperial Court in a very short time precisely because he had an unparalleled medicine spirit and a rare ability to refine elixirs. He gradually grew and finally became a Heavenly Emperor. Hearing the words, Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Clouds, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel respect in his heart. So this was the cause and effect. While talking, the three little fellows were still playing happily. They climbed from Chu Yang's hands to his shoulders and then to his head. Then, one of them grabbed a strand of Chu Yang's hair and pulled it hard. They were having a lot of fun, just like three naughty children. Although they couldn't speak yet, their happy looks were obvious at a glance. Chu Yang gently held the three little fellows in the palm of his hand and said with a smile, "Little fellows, can you help me?" The three little fellows stopped playing mischievously. They raised their heads and looked at Chu Yang with their big black and white eyes, revealing an inquisitive look. "Look, the herbs here are growing too slowly." Chu Yang pointed at the spiritual herbs that were full of vitality in the tribulation space and gestured with a frown. The three little heads turned at the same time and looked at the herbs. They nodded in agreement at the same time. In their opinion, this kind of growth speed was really too slow. It was so slow that they couldn't bear it. "So, don't you want them to grow faster?" Chu Yang patiently asked. The three little heads nodded quickly. The sword spirit burst into laughter at the side. The sword master was really sly. He didn't say "can" but directly said "can." After all, the former had a taste of doubt and uncertainty, while the latter was affirmation and asking for help. This undoubtedly greatly satisfied the vanity of the medicine spirits. There was a world of difference between the two. Promoting the growth of spirit medicines is the basic cultivation method of a medicine spirit. They would have done it every day, even if you hadn't told them. That's because they would have been able to grow even further if they hadn't cultivated in this way. They would have hoped that they would have been able to advance further one day. This is their instinct, the sword spirit said. It's better to discuss it. I don't want to force them. Chu Yang looked at the three little fellows, somewhat dotingly. Then the three little fellows began to move. The originally neatly arranged herb field suddenly changed its appearance. It became crowded, and a piece of land was emptied out. Then one of the herb spirits waved his hand, and 3 stalks of resurrection grass flew over and were planted there. Then all kinds of spiritual herbs were planted in an orderly manner in a clear order. Chapter 1869. Chu Yang and the Sword Spirits. Eyebrows twitched. The arrangement of the various elixirs planted by the medicine spirits was actually based on their practical value and medicinal efficacy. The more they were placed in front, the more precious they were. P.C. Of course, the 3 medicine spirits, Jade, Snow, Spirit Ginseng, were directly planted beside the mouth of the Spring of Life. These 3 little guys first stood in the best position for themselves. Naturally, they were not willing to suffer losses. Everyone had self-interest, and the medicine spirits were no exception. Some of the low-grade elixirs that had reached their limits and no longer had room for improvement were directly moved to the outermost edge by the 3 little guys with disgusted expressions. They even set up a quarantine zone, looking at the 3 little guys busying themselves there. Chu Yang and the Sword Spirit were all smiling. In the time it took to have a meal, the transplants were already completed. The 3 little guys gathered beside the oldest resurrection grass. They raised their white and tender hands at the same time, and a white mist instantly gushed out. Under Chu Yang's incredulous gaze, the stalk of resurrection grass gradually changed. A flower bud slowly appeared at the top of the stalk. That newly born flower bud looked as if it was carved out of jade. Every petal was sparkling and translucent, with a tinge of verdant green. Immediately, an indescribable fragrance filled the air. Chu Yang's eyes widened. He finally remembered that he had said that he was slow just now. The position he was pointing at was precisely these 3 resurrection grasses. Although Chu Yang meant all the elixirs, in the medicine spirit's simple understanding, the one Chu Yang pointed at was the slowest one, so they started to catalyze it first. It was the resurrection grass, and it was the one with the best effect. In their simple hearts, such catalysis would have a greater effect. As for the others, even if they were catalyzed, they would be a little slow. The flower bud gradually grew bigger. Immediately, with a slight tremor, the petals slowly opened, revealing the stamen between them. Another hour passed by. The petals gradually shrank and finally retracted completely without a trace, as if they had never appeared. However, on the branches, a cluster of seeds gradually appeared. Each seed was only the size of a sesame seed. There were a total of 18 seeds. The seeds were tender white and hung there slightly trembling. Then the tender white seeds slowly turned milky white. Then it was creamy yellow. Then it was light brown. Then it was light red, pink, bright red, dark red, reddish black. In the end, the 18 seeds fell silently. But before they could land on the ground, all the seeds were caught by the 3 little guys. The 3 little guys quickly chose 18 different places and planted them one by one. Then a miracle happened. In the blink of an eye, 18 blood-red, crystalline, and translucent resurrection grasses broke out of the ground and revealed tender new shoots. Chu Yang's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Good heavens! In such a short time, there were 18 more stalks of resurrection grass. Although he was still a greenhorn, Could this be a dream? Even if it was a dream, this was too blissful. After finishing all this, the 3 little fellows were obviously a little tired. They stopped all activities and just sat in the medicine garden, breathing vigorously. Waves of various medicinal fragrances slowly entered their nostrils. Then they bounced for a while and jumped on Chu Yang's body affectionately for a while. Then they turned into 3 wisps of faint mist and returned to the 3 stalks of jade, snow, spirit, ginseng. The 3 stalks of jade, snow, spirit, ginseng were closely next to the resurrection grass. Chu Yang could clearly see that the 3 stalks of jade snow spirit ginseng grew a lot stronger in an instant. The changes were really obvious. Moreover, the rich fragrance of the ginseng also became stronger as the 3 little guys returned to their bodies. And from the resurrection grass, a faint blood-red gas slowly emerged and entered the jade snow spirit ginseng's body. From the jade snow spirit ginseng, a milky white gas slowly emerged and entered the resurrection grass. Then a red and white mist slowly formed and spread out in all directions. This is the way to form the spirit of the medicine that I mentioned earlier. At this speed, it can form the spirit of the medicine in half a year. I didn't expect that I didn't use it to form the spirit of the medicine, but now they actually started to circulate among themselves. The sword spirit side. With the resurrection grass, as long as the circulation continues, the growth of the spirit of the medicine will show a kind of rapid progress. So, no matter what, you can't damage the main stem of the resurrection grass. When more resurrection grass is cultivated, the growth of the spirit of the medicine will become faster and faster. The sword spirit said excitedly, once it reaches the level of a high-level spirit of the medicine, it will be completely against the natural order. In that case, what if I need the resurrection grass to treat Qian and Duan Sangkong's injuries? Chu Yang frowned. At this moment, he even made up his mind. For Wu Qian, even if the growth of the spirit of the medicine grows a little slower, it's also acceptable. No matter what the price, I must let Wu Qian wake up as soon as possible. Isn't this simple? The sword spirit said speechlessly, you only need to use a piece of resurrection grass. Don't tell me you want to use the whole stalk. That will make the 2 of them explode. I see. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Since he could have the best of both worlds, that's even better. While the 2 were talking, the red and white fog had already permeated the entire medicinal field. Then it slowly descended and attached itself to every stalk of elixir. And all kinds of elixirs were also greedily breathing in the surging spiritual energy emitted by the jade snow spirit ginseng and the resurrection grass. All of them became more lush and more energetic. Only a short while, but Chu Yang could already feel that the medicinal efficacy had increased a lot. This is a virtuous cycle, the sword spirit said. The spirit of the medicine induces the growth of the medicine, and then gathers the power of hundreds of medicines to promote its own growth. Similarly, thousands of elixirs also absorb the spiritual energy emitted by the tower during the growth of the spirit of the medicine, to increase its own foundation. After all, this is the spiritual energy, which is an opportunity that all elixirs can only come across by chance. This is a kind of complementary promotion, the sword spirit said. While promoting growth, it's also gradually purifying its own medicinal efficacy. But Chu Yang touched his head and said, didn't you say that? They can only speed up the growth process of the medicine by 100 times? But no matter how many times, it shouldn't be so fast, right? From inducing the bud to ripening the fruit, and then separating it, recultivating. Although I don't know how many years the normal growth cycle is, it definitely can't be so short, right? The sword spirit shook his head and smiled bitterly. It definitely can't be so short. But because the medicine spirit has just awakened, it has accumulated a huge amount of spiritual energy. This time they released it all at once, so it seems very magical. But after today, it won't be so magical if they want to induce the growth of elixirs again. This can be considered a miracle that can't be replicated. The sword spirit sighed. He said, although I know the reason, but to induce so many resurrection grass at once and to achieve such a terrifying effect, it's still hard to believe. It's a little too good. Yes, it should be too good. Chu Yang also couldn't understand what was going on, but this was a good thing. If he couldn't understand, then so be it, he said. If that's the case, as long as there's enough spiritual energy, won't the medicine here be able to induce medicine spirit? You're thinking too simply. The sword spirit looked at this greedy guy with disdain. The heart of a medicine spirit is no different from a human's. It's very selfish. In fact, it's even more selfish than a medicine spirit. It will never allow other medicine spirits to share the benefits of this place with it. Medicine spirits have already been produced here. So, the spiritual intelligence of other medicines will only become the best supplements for the three medicine spirits when they reach the critical point. Evolution will only bring disaster to itself. The innate instinct of plants will automatically suppress its own evolution. It will only increase the efficacy of the medicine and purify itself. But it won't increase any spiritual intelligence or evolution. In short, a transformed medicine spirit would never allow anything to exist in its territory that could threaten its leadership position. The three medicine spirits couldn't wait to swallow the purple heaven blood ginseng's immature spirit. This was one of the main reasons why the three medicine spirits couldn't wait to swallow the purple heaven blood ginseng spirit, the sword spirit explained. But if they're so selfish, why don't they attack each other? Chu Yang asked in puzzlement. I'm afraid that the three of them would have fought each other under normal circumstances. But these three jade snow spirit ginseng are of the same origin, and they regard each other as an inseparable part of themselves. Of course, they would have killed each other sooner or later if that were the case, and everything would have belonged to one medicine spirit. But the affairs of the world are unpredictable. The three purple heaven blood ginseng that you've obtained are also exactly the same. There's no distinction between the good and the bad, and the situation of these three medicine spirits is exactly the same. So, each of the three medicine spirits gets one, and they share it equally. So, they've transformed into medicine spirits with spiritual intelligence after they've awakened. And everything is a foregone conclusion. Moreover, the essence of these three medicine spirits is the same. They're all jade, snow spirit ginseng. So, they can't kill each other now that they've reached this point. This can be considered as a lucky coincidence. It's a big, lucky coincidence. Sword spirit sighed with envy. People really can't compare with each other. Medicine spirits have always suffered the wrath of heaven, and they can't avoid it once they're born. Countless senior emperors, including the great sage, have dreamt of having another medicine spirit, but they've always been destroyed by the wrath of heaven at the critical moment of their cultivation. But, great sword lord, you have a heaven-defying space. You can let the medicine spirits avoid the wrath of heaven and grow safely. This is really, it can only be said that the heavens are helping you. P.S. October will be the last month of the Proud World's competition for the monthly votes list. It will also be the month of my craziest outburst. I hope everyone will support me. This might be the last chance for me, wind across the world, to fulfill my dream. I've been fighting for the first place of the monthly votes list for 3.5 years, but I've never succeeded, and I've never been overturned. Next month will be the last chance for the Proud World. The Proud World has already written 4/5 of the story, so it's time to slowly withdraw the story after October's craziness. This stall is too big, so it must be carefully considered at the last moment. Therefore, I won't pay attention to the monthly votes list after October. All the brothers and sisters who've cried and laughed because of the Proud World needs you. I hope that you can give the Proud World a precious vote in October. Today is the 30th day of the month. The Proud World will start to break out at midnight tomorrow. After a year of silence, are you guys still here? Are you still hot-blooded? Are you still passionate? Can you still fight? Chapter 1870. The Sword Spirit Side. Still feeling a little incredulous. Back then, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Clouds only had one medicine spirit. Even so, it had already become a legend that the entire Heaven Imperial Court could never replicate. But you actually have 3 at once, and 3 of them are connected by blood. three medicine spirits of the same origin that don't compete with each other, but only help each other and promote each other. In fact, the moment they gained sentience, you happened to be right next to them, and the first person they saw when they opened their eyes was you. Unknowingly, they had already recognized you as the person closest to them, and they treated you as their Father God. That's why they were so attached to and obedient to you. It even saved them from the extremely difficult process of obtaining approval. The sword spirit was speechless. Such luck is really. After saying really a few times, the sword spirit was finally completely speechless. He didn't know how to describe it at all. This was simply beyond the scope of what words could describe. This luck or destiny was really too monstrous, too nature-defying. If the sword spirit had a physical body, the first person the medicine spirit saw was definitely the sword spirit. Moreover, it was indeed the sword spirit who had been cultivating them during this period of time. Then the result would be very different from now. But now, although the sword spirit could appear in the tribulation space, because his body was now full of death energy, he didn't dare to appear in front of the elixirs at all. That death energy could completely cause a destructive effect on the elixirs in the space. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if the sword spirit desperately appeared, he, who was full of death energy, would treat all plants, even all living creatures, would hate it, as long as it was a normal living creature, who would like death energy, no matter what the process was. The result was that the medicine spirit completely ignored the sword spirit and only saw Chu Yang. Under a freak combination of factors, Chu Yang didn't do anything and picked up a great thing for free. Speaking of which, Chu Yang seemed to have done this kind of thing a lot. Previously, Wang Dao was like that. Today, the medicine spirit was like that too. The sword spirit had nurtured the medicinal spirits for the sake of serving Chu Yang. But he had paid so much painstaking effort, but he hadn't gotten the recognition he deserved. Moreover, he had been completely ignored. Anyone would have felt disappointed and uncomfortable if this had happened. Chu Yang finally understood at this time. He grinned foolishly. It turned out that his luck was so good that he actually created another legend unintentionally. As he was laughing, he suddenly thought of something. That's right. Now he had the resurrection grass. Should I start treating Qian now? He wanted her to wake up quickly. I've also recovered, but there's still one thing on my mind. She thought of Wu Qian. She had sacrificed everything for Chu Yang, including her life. She had been deeply in love with him, but she had been in a coma until now. Chu Yang's heart ached. The sword spirit, who was in a fit of anger, said angrily, "Then you should have absorbed the death aura I brought back first. Now that I'm full of death aura, I'm like the god of death. How can I treat the illness? If I touch her by accident, I won't even have a sleeping beauty or a dead beauty. I'll be turned into ashes. You're right. I didn't think it through." Chu Yang awkwardly scratched his head. "How could I forget about this? You actually dared to scold me. You've become capable." The sword spirit instantly gave up. He raised his hands and said, "I was wrong, haha." The two of them laughed together. Ever since they came to the heavenly imperial court, the relationship between Chu Yang and the sword spirit had become more and more harmonious. They were no longer in a master-subordinate relationship. Step by step, they were vaguely filled with the feeling of a close friend. The two of them felt that this form of interaction was very warm and comfortable. Time waited for no one. Chu Yang immediately began to absorb the death aura brought back by the sword spirit. He didn't dare to miss a single drop. That thing was really a terrifying thing that would kill anyone who touched it or touched it. It didn't matter if there was more or less before. Later on, he had to treat Wu Qian. No mistakes could be made. Therefore, the two of them quietly absorbed it in the tribulation space. But this time, the sword spirit disappeared from the infinite, boundless mountain for a long time. It was almost half a day. The disappearance of the sword spirit was an accident. But this accident created an unprecedented disaster for the infinite, boundless mountain. Neither the sword spirit nor Chuyang had thought that the consequences would be so serious. The Jianghu people around the infinite, boundless mountain suddenly realized that the cold aura on the infinite, boundless mountain, which had originally been gradually dissipating and was almost unable to cause any harm, suddenly flourished again. Originally, such a situation was not rare and would basically occur every once in a while. It was just that it would be suppressed very quickly. However, this time, there was actually no time limit to the venting of the yin qi. From beginning to end, it just kept bubbling out. In less than half a day's time, the peak of the infinite boundless mountain was once again completely filled with yin qi, and this area even showed signs of gradually expanding. Many people had been living on the peak these days. Although they couldn't go underground, there wasn't much danger. Also, it was more convenient to live on the peak of the mountain to enjoy the benefits of a favorable position. It was unknown how many people they had killed to obtain this position. Who would have thought that the cold aura would suddenly appear and not stop at all? Originally, the people on the peak had still had time to escape. However, they were unwilling to give up just like that. Hoping that the thing that had suppressed the cold aura would reappear, they were determined not to leave. Who would have thought that the eruption this time would actually be so shocking as it completely enveloped the entire mountain in just a short while? That bone-corroding, deathly aura instantly surrounded the people who couldn't escape in time, turning many experts here into ashes in an instant. Although the number of people who died to the cold aura this time was not the greatest, they were the highest level experts since the incident with the soul-suppressing stone. Even the lowest level of cultivation was at the heaven stage or above. The entire mountain was instantly emptied. The surroundings of the entire infinite, boundless mountain were instantly thrown into a commotion. Infinite, boundless mountain, which had always been like this, had actually suddenly undergone such an unforeseen event. Everyone was guessing, their opinions differing. Could it be that this was a sign that the secret realm was about to open? It must be. Otherwise, such an abnormality definitely wouldn't occur. Therefore, although they clearly knew that the peak of infinite, boundless mountain was currently extremely dangerous, with even martial saint experts unable to protect their lives, everyone still swarmed over. Under such circumstances, battles could be seen everywhere. Although they clearly knew that it was dangerous and that going up meant death, everyone still insisted on going over to see who could run faster than them. Whoever tried to stop them, that would be a great enmity of life and death. A new round of slaughter actually began at this moment, tragic cries ceaselessly filling the air. The surroundings of infinite, boundless mountain instantly turned into hell. Meanwhile, Wang Dao was like a death god, strolling amidst the crowd with a saber in hand. As long as no one attacked him, he definitely wouldn't take the initiative to attack others. However, as long as someone attacked him, Wang Dao's saber would definitely slash at that person's vitals at the first instant. Along the way, who knew how many people had already become corpses under Wang Dao's saber? His expression was indifferent, his gaze indifferent, his footsteps relaxed, neither fast nor slow. However, it was precisely this attitude that made him seem as unfathomable as a ghost as he roamed. Slaughter, there was only slaughter. Yuan Tian and the others stood far away at the foot of the mountain, gazing calmly at the many people who swarmed up, unceasingly killing each other. Everyone only had a contemplative look on their faces. It's useless even if they go up now. First, not talking about that cold qi. Who knows how many experts have already died to this cold qi? Under such circumstances, they're actually still scrambling to climb up, even fighting amongst each other, killing each other. I really don't understand why this is. Is it just to snatch a chance to die even faster? There was a faint mocking look on Mo Lu's face as he looked at the densely packed crowd with a pitiful feeling of looking down on ants. Yun Tian's handsome face had an inexplicable sigh as he shook his head lightly. This is not for the treasure, but for a sliver of hope, a chance. The slaughter now is purely human nature, the most despicable side. The Purple Emperor sighed softly. Yes, this is human nature. Human nature has always been like this. Just like a donkey, it's old, stupid, and stupid. However, two men want it, and when they compete, that donkey becomes infinitely cute. Although in reality, it's still old, stupid, and stupid. These two men are willing to do anything for this donkey, even to the extent of sacrificing their own lives. As long as the two of them don't give up, this donkey will forever be the most beautiful donkey in the world. The Purple Emperor said slowly. Yun Tian smiled faintly, his handsome eyebrows arching as he said, "Indeed, human nature is like this. But if one of the two suddenly withdraws, and the other one doesn't have a target to fight, then can he have the donkey?" "Definitely not." Yun Tian asked and answered his own question. As long as one person gives up, the other person will suddenly realize that after fighting for so long, what I'm fighting for is only a donkey. Moreover, it's an old, stupid, and stupid donkey. Therefore, this person will most likely not want this donkey, and will only turn around and leave. Ha! All the young men laughed. This is human nature. Yun Tian said mockingly, just like what's happening right now. If everyone doesn't fight for it now, then no one will go up. Even if one person goes up, he will come back when he comes to the front, because he will realize that walking closer is the same as walking closer to death. Then what am I fighting for? However, since everyone is fighting, even if they know that the place they're fighting for is a place of death, they will still fight endlessly. Yun Tian smiled faintly. Everyone, please don't look down on them, and don't look down on the Eastern Royal Heaven because of this. Because if the same thing happens in our world, the situation will be the same. Among the people, some were deep in thought, some were laughing coldly, and some were indifferent. P.S. I'm very nervous. The eruption in October. If they win, it might be glorious for once. But if they lose, in the eyes of others, it'll be a struggle before death. Would it be glorious for once, or a struggle before death? Chapter 1871. Yun Tian said indifferently, I even dare to say that if we weren't born in the super sex and didn't know about the situation here, we might even be one of the people fighting to the death. After saying that, Yun Tian's white robes fluttered as he turned around and left. The group of youths looked at Yun Tian's back view and couldn't help but feel apprehensive. These words didn't sound nice, but wasn't that the truth? Yun Tian is definitely my number one enemy. Almost everyone was thinking the same thing. Yun Tian's speech, demeanor, wisdom, foresight, talent, knowledge, and thinking were all very profound. Especially the wisdom of life. It was very thought-provoking. Everyone felt that Yun Tian's words made sense. But because of this, the apprehension in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. Because of these reasons, he did not think of them, or perhaps he thought of them, but he thought of them so deeply. However, Yun Tian thought of them. Could it be that I'm really going to win against such a person in the competition? Seeing Yun Tian leave, a few people's eyes flickered, and they couldn't help but think about it. Young master, aren't you a little too sharp these few days? A worried voice sounded beside Yun Tian. And I know. Yun Tian nodded his head. If you make them feel apprehensive, I'm afraid they will work together to deal with you first. Even if young master isn't afraid, it's still necessary. That voice said worriedly, Haha, that's exactly the effect I want. Yun Tian calmly stepped forward. Once they really think that way, they'll be able to do it. If they really think of it that way, they will lose the qualifications to be my opponent, because they admit that they are inferior to me in their hearts. That's why they think of it that way. If they do that, would such an opponent still be worthy of being my opponent? Yun Tian smiled faintly. Once they think of it that way, would there still be anything to be afraid of? He tilted his head and asked softly, Young master is wise. This is the principle of subduing the enemy without fighting. That voice came to a realization. Yun Tian didn't say anything and continued walking forward. However, if they really do that, it will be very dangerous for young master's safety. To the young master's safety, it will undoubtedly be. The voice was still somewhat worried. Yun Tian did not reply, remaining silent for a long time. Then he slowly said, "If I were to defeat all the heroes of the world at the same time, I would be outnumbered and easily crushed. What more could I ask for in life?" The voice fell silent. This idea of Yun Tian's could be said to be extremely bold. It was extremely risky, almost putting ZJ's life at stake. But if he succeeded in the end, however, he would definitely be the one that everyone was looking forward to. However, this path was filled with death. "Have you investigated that matter?" Yun Tian asked. "Not for the time being. Currently, we only know that the Iron Blood Union was defeated by the joint forces of Dreamlike Pavilion and Firmament Gate. Moreover, almost all of their experts were beheaded. The Iron Blood Union is completely finished." The voice said, Why exactly are Dreamlike Veranda and Soaring Firmament Guild going against the Iron Blood Alliance?" He didn't hesitate to join hands, especially at such a delicate moment. Yun Tian muttered to himself, "Not only is he lowering his status, but he's also doing it at such a delicate moment. Moreover, it is highly suspicious. This matter is extremely fishy." That voice was Yun Tian ZJ thinking and not asking ZJ, so he just answered quietly. If Dreamlike Veranda and Soaring Firmament Gate wanted to deal with the Iron Blood Union, they could have done it long ago. Why did they choose to do it at such a time? Yun Tian frowned slightly. This is too much of a coincidence. The soul-suppressing stone incident happened, and the Iron Blood Union was destroyed. If this matter is related to the matter here, would there be such a thing? Let's assume that it has something to do with what happened here. What exactly is it about? If the source is here, then did the Iron Blood Union do something? Did they anger those two big sects, causing them to use such a thunderous method of extermination? I heard that on the day of the auction, the Iron Blood Union's Third Alliance master offended Chu Yang and slapped him, and hit Chu Yang with a palm. Yun Tian raised his head and pondered. His delicate chin was raised high. This is the person that the Iron Blood Union really offended here. As for the others, they only felt aggrieved. However, the Iron Blood Union didn't target them, so it's fine for them to feel aggrieved for a while. This is human nature. It's unwise to make a strong enemy just for this kind of grievance. If it were me, I would also feel aggrieved. Hence, the only person that the Iron Blood Union really offended is Chu Yang. And only Chu Yang has a reason to kill the Iron Blood Union. But Chu Yang's strength isn't enough. Could it be because Chu Yang asked for it? Or was it a request? That's why the two big sects destroyed the Iron Blood Union. But is there such a reason? To destroy a super sect for a completely insignificant person. If the two big sects have a request from Chu Yang, then it can make the unreasonable reasonable. Yes, after that auction, Shuexian and Haiming Bo had a long talk with Chu Yang. On the night after the talk, the people from the Iron Blood Union were all killed by the Ling Shao sect. After that, Shuexian and Haiming Bo went to find Chu Yang again. Yun Tian spoke faster and faster. 2 days later, the Iron Blood Union met with a disaster and was completely destroyed. Also, the experts of the Iron Blood Union were all beheaded without exception. Since the heads were deliberately chopped off, there must be some use for these heads. Perhaps they were given to someone to kill, or perhaps they were given to someone to kill. If that's the case, then Chu Yang played a role in this matter. Yuan Tian muttered to himself. If Chu Yang heard Yun Tian's muttering, he would definitely break out in cold sweat. This Yun Tian's intelligence was really terrifying to the point of making people panic. If a heaven-level expert collected the heads from the Iron Blood Union headquarters and used spatial equipment to carry them, how many days would it take to rush here? I want the exact time. Yun Tian pondered and asked. If a peak heaven-level expert rushed here without rest, it would take 2.5 days plus 1 night. That voice pondered for a moment before replying in a low voice. 2.5 days. Yes, the Iron Blood Alliance was destroyed for 2.5 days ago. After that, the two great sects did everything they could to exterminate the Iron Blood Alliance. With the strength and influence of the two great sects, I estimate that they will need more than a day to complete the mission. There would also be many fish that slipped through the net. Removing more than a day's worth of corpses and then collecting the heads would require at least half a day's worth of effort. Afterwards, an expert rushed over at full speed, arriving at the infinite, boundless mountains and purple cloud city last night. A look of understanding appeared on Yun Tian's handsome face. And in the wee hours of this morning, when the sky had just brightened, Bo could not wait to go to the Chu clan courtyard. Right? Yes. In the past, when he went to the Chu clan courtyard, it was always with Shuexian. Why was it only Bo this time? Could it be that the matter of the heads was not collected together? Instead, it was taken by each sect? Yun Tian turned and asked. Yes, according to the reports, the two great sects were indeed fighting for themselves. In the meantime, it was said that there was even a small conflict over the heads. Yun Tian nodded slowly. That's right. Therefore, they had to separate this time. That's why Bo secretly went. Yes, that's right. When Bo came out, he just happened to meet Shuexian. Yun Tian smiled as if mocking him. No matter what, Shuexian is a woman. When a woman goes out, no matter how hurried she is, she still has to dress up. And this time, Bo got there first. However, Shuexian did not dress up for long this time, and she should have left immediately after dressing up. In the meantime, she did not delay at all. Therefore, she just happened to meet Bo when he was going out. If that's the case, the two great sects were very anxious about this matter, and they attached great importance to it. When Bo met Shuexian at the door, his expression was a little strange, and Shuexian also looked very unnatural. Moreover, the two of them seemed to be on guard at that moment. This means that there was some kind of competition between them, and the competition was probably about the number of heads of the Iron Blood Alliance. When Shuexian left the Chu clan courtyard, she looked very angry, but there was also a sense of relief. Am I right? Indeed, this expression showed that Shuexian had achieved her initial goal, but she was not very satisfied. If that's the case, all the suspicious points point to that Chuyang. In other words, the two great sects killed people and chopped off their heads. And these heads were all sent to Chuyang in the end. For the sake of him? Yun Tian's face slowly changed from hesitation and speculation to certainty. These heads should be exchanged for something extremely useful and beneficial to the two great sects. The result of this matter should be more or less like this. Because there were such benefits, Chuyang was wronged, and the two great sects destroyed the Iron Blood Alliance? If that's the case, everything makes sense. But what kind of thing is it? Since the two great sects made a move at the same time, and even had conflicts over the heads, it must not be a small matter. Moreover, something that could make an otherworldly sect like the dreamlike Veranda go on a killing spree. I'm afraid it's not something ordinary. I believe that even if there's a blood feud between the two sects, it might not be so.